Hello, and welcome to Roll For It, where your favorite YouTubers and streamers get together to play some awesome tabletop RPGs. We're back with The Last Ditch, the second season, where we're going to Katik. Welcome in, everybody. I'm hosting today, so I'm panicking slightly, but tell me in the chat if there's anything weird, because the audio might be a complete mess. We'll have to see. Let's get to the announcements. Where did I put those? I'm totally ready for this.
I also like that he tagged himself in our admin chat. He's like,
yeah, no, I always make the little like list of announcements for Maggie or E. So this time I tagged me when I put it in there so that I would find it.
It's really funny. I was like, oh, okay, Bentham.
Hey, me. This is me.
Yeah,
it's a
thanks,
problem
thanks,
for
Benson,
future Beb. Like,
yeah, no, and now this is future Beb being like, oh, that past Beb, I hate him so much. Why did he make me do this?
So the audio is really quiet.
It is.
for
I think it's everybody.
is it everybody? Or
I
is it
cranked
just
everything way
Bentham?
up already, and I thought I'd done it enough.
Well, you didn't.
Well,
Crank that.
they're telling you
For
the
just them?
truths.
All right,
Crank that soldier boy.
I'll fix it in a second. In the
Oh,
meantime,
gosh, no.
just listen carefully.
Okay.
Do you want me to do the intro while you're doing that? Would you like me to?
What?
I gotta wait till some people are saying it's fine. Well, I'll sort it out in a minute. In the meantime, we have announcements. We have a supporter for the episode. Of course, the moment that I asked for supporters, it was whoever got in first got episode 1 of Last Ditch. Today's supporter is Sergeant Kirby of the 1-4 Recovery. It was included in the name, so I thought I probably wanted it to be included here. So thank you very much for supporting this episode. Congratulations on managing to snag it. And then to normal stuff, we've got some stuff out on Patreon. We have an interview with Sheepdog Gaming. Maggie did an interview with him this last week. That's come out on the Patreon. You can check that out. And also
It's really good. You get to learn all about Sheepdog and his history. So definitely go check it out. And also, he answered a lot of questions about like season 1.
You can also check out the enemy stats for the finale, Mass Effect finale enemies that were encountered for Mass Effect Mercs, which was, of course, the show that preceded this one. There's also the admin recap for February coming very soon. It's recorded already. It'll be up in the coming week on the Patreon as well. And then we'll get to the shilling, because that'll tie into explaining how all this is going to work with this new show. So Roll For It is able to run thanks to Patreon. We have a Patreon where you can support us. It gives you a whole bunch of random different rewards and gives us the money we need to make cool shows and have cool people on those cool shows and do cool art for those shows and all that kind of thing. You can get MP3s of all of our shows. You can get after shows. We record after every show. We talk about what happens in the show, or we argue about food for the entire time. I say that every
Mostly
time.
the
It's
latter.
particularly relevant because it's this group that argues about food for the entire after show.
True.
You can also get character sheets, behind-the-scenes GM secrety things like enemy stats from all our campaigns, and all that kind of thing. There'll probably be a few things coming in from this one, of course. There's a lot of behind-the-scenes operation on the part of Sheepy to make this all happen. And you can also submit names for NPCs that will get used randomly throughout our campaign. So chuck some of those in there, and we may end up with them being troopers or officers or whatever in this show. You can also, of course, watch the admin recaps. Every month we talk about how things have been going on Roll For It. And also, if you're crazy, you can support at the Legend tier or even the Deity tier. And in both those, you get to take part in a once-monthly game GM'd by a member of the Roll For It cast. We just had some games by Trooper SJP and Kira. And we'll soon be announcing the GMs for this coming month. So yes, that's how you can support us on Patreon. There's other ways you can do so too. On Twitch, you can drop us bits. They will appear in the cup, which I haven't put on the overlay. I knew there was something. There's always something you miss.
I'm finding my
I've got it. I've
free.
nailed it. It's all there, and I'm like, I get to
Oh,
this
no.
moment.
We
Not
can't put
for
the
long,
bits in his
Sheepy.
beard.
Not for long.
You can
No,
give us
I'm
bits
fine.
anyway if you
I'm
want,
safe.
and it's stealth bits today. No one will ever know they were here.
Oh,
You'll soon
yeah.
become the Lucky Charms bearded marshmallow pirate.
that I've always wanted to be.
Yes.
Where are you going with this?
When I grow up, I want to be a marshmallow pirate.
You can also
there was a
Said
pirate that
Sheepy.
had marshmallows in his beard. I don't remember. Is that a different show? That might be from a show. I don't know.
That might have been a dream, dude.
That's gotta be some
No,
kind
it's not a dream.
kind of
It's definitely in a
show.
show. Don't tell me about my
Might have
dreams
been
of
in-
eating
sounds-
marshmallows out of your
it
beard.
sounds
Keep me
familiar,
gone.
though.
You know what you're really dreaming about in your dreams. Glorious
beard.
actual beard.
Marshmallow beards. I would dream about that for real.
Sorry, go ahead.
You can also give us
I can
tips,
add a
which
beard.
also won't appear on the screen, but will hopefully be read out at the end by Maggie, because I forgot all the Streamlabs related stuff. Everything else is working. I just forgot
Oh
Streamlabs.
yeah, I can do that. I can do
So
that for you.
so there are tips and bits you can do, and they'll matter even if you can't see them on the stream today, and I'll fix it for next time. You can also become a subscriber, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to the VODs, where normally you'd have to wait 24 hours for us to upload the VODs over on YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, you can become a YouTube member. That gives you emotes and badges over there. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or Patreon supporter all gives you access to our Discord, where you can hang out with us and other fans of the show and talk about whatever you feel like most likely the show, considering that you'd be in our Discord. You can also, over there, join in with the rear guard, which is still in effect from the previous season. You can join, sign up, pick a regiment. There's now 6 of them, and there's 2 new ones. We've lost the Carians; they've stayed behind, but we've gained 2 new ones that you'll be encountering in the coming episodes that you could now sign up to if you wanted to.
And there are details on all of the regiments over on our Patreon, patreon.com/roll4it for free. So go check those out if you want to read up on them. And maybe someone on the wiki will update the wiki too.
Yep, I think there's ways that you can follow people on Patreon. I should hope so, but you can do that, and we do post things publicly there relatively often, and we've done that with all the regiments. So you can get the summaries there and understand better what you're signing up for, apart from most likely being killed at the hands of the enemy, or the incompetence of your leadership, which is us now. So that would be our fault.
Yes.
Speaking of, that's
You
a
can
good
file
segue.
a complaint to my shield.
You can have we'll book a meeting, the shield in your face.
Exactly.
But yes, that does tie in nicely to how the campaign will work, because we are now commanders. We are continuing with the same characters that we did in season 1, but we are now in charge of our respective regiments, which is because a lot of people above us died. It's the only reason we're this high up in the chain now.
It's not because we're good.
So we are now responsible for commanding the regiments and indeed directing the war on its highest scale. We are now taking the place of the previous commander in the previous conflict. We've risen up to that level, and so you're going to be seeing us.
I just had deja vu. Like
Oh.
all of what you just said, I feel like I've heard it before.
I might have said it before in meetings.
Definitely was a weird feeling. I was like, whoa, I've lived this moment before.
Well, hope you remember what we
only
did
for a
last time,
moment.
because we're not ready.
But we
so
are here.
we're going to be playing the commanders from now on, and doing all that, and then occasionally we might pop into like being, troops pootling about, doing troop stuff and getting up to shenanigans in that way. But in the large part, the carrying out of our orders will be performed by guest casts. We have lined up a whole bunch of guests that are going to be coming in over the next few months and playing the troops under our command. God help them. So
It's nice how you said we lined up, like it wasn't you running around desperately, like
like, this will be fine. I could just like queue up
you
over a dozen
passed
people.
out, yeah. You passed out some of the credit to everyone. It's nice, thank you.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of people lined up. I'm really excited to show you all the people we have, and I've been behind the scenes working out how the cast compositions will work.
Bentham's been doing some recruiting. Now
It's
he
been-
knows the woes.
It's been a busy time, and now everyone knows why I've not been sleeping for the past however many months. Actually, no, that's my
Now
fault.
you know why for Ascension I
fault.
was
It's just
planning
an
like
excuse.
half a year in advance.
Hmm.
It's madness.
It's
I
quite
see
a
the
list,
reasoning.
though. You guys,
is. It's
of the
gonna be
people that
fun.
I've seen on that list, it's quite a list.
Yeah. It's
I'm
awesome.
very excited about
I'm
it.
excited to see which regiments they end up having to play and stuff.
Yeah, they're going to be picking their regiments like the rearguard do, basically. So like, it'll be good to see what they choose.
Well,
I know
it'll
one
depend on
particular
what
person
missions
is
we
gonna pick the
send them
Lightfoot.
on.
Ah.
Who? I want to know.
There was someone who I hadn't even told them there were regiments, and they already asked me to basically be a Iron Brigade, and I'm like, all right, I think we've got you sorted
Oh.
out.
Interesting.
For real?
Yeah, no, they described what
already
they
kn-
wanted to be before I'd even got to that point, and I was like, you've just described the Iron Brigade.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want
to
in my regiment, man. Like, and I know it's not even set yet. I want to know.
By the way,
I think we
Bethel,
all want to know.
there was a point when I was in the Roll for It voice chat, just chatting with some of the core like RP rearguard, and I barefaced lied to them about what Project Backup was. I was like, I said to Bentham at some point that I'd be happy to be in, be as like a backup in other shows, so maybe that's what it is. And they're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Nice.
I was like, I
That's
feel bad.
funny.
Yeah.
Excellent.
That's great.
People were
I also
theorizing.
agree with Tyler.
Roll
There are a
to
few people on that
deceive.
list that I think would make perfect Vandy peeps.
My people.
I think we know of one person.
I think we're both on the same page with like a couple of those
I
people.
think I
We're
know
like,
who you're
these
talking
people
about.
would make sense for that.
I
that
want
regiment.
to know. I want to know.
Well, we can talk about
We'll
the
have to wait
sequence
for
later.
out.
Okay.
This is the pre-show. The
This
pre-show.
is the
We keep doing that.
the pre-after show.
The pre-after show.
As is tradition. But we should probably wrap that up there and hand it over to Sheepy so I can sort out the audio.
Okay. I did listen for a second. The audio seemed fine to me, but
Yeah, I just have to turn up the volume pretty high.
I'll
to hear
just
normal,
I'll just
but
put
everything
all of us
seems
up
level.
like a couple of decibels.
just a little bit, yeah. Very
Just
often
a
I
little
find
bit. Just a little bit.
very often I find when people have problems with the audio, they're like, "Oh, it's too low." It's like, "Have you tried turning it up?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, the little slidey button." So
Yeah.
That is sometimes the thing.
well, welcome back everyone to The Last Ditch. We are now into season 2, where as has been gone over slightly by Bentham, you are all now lieutenant colonels and also commanders of your regiments. So we will get into what exactly is going on, but let's just have a quick recap on what happened for anyone who wasn't there or couldn't stand the slaughter. Last season, we faced off against the Tyranids on Draco Mal. They swarmed out of caves from under the world, from under the landmass, and there was a long campaign of desperate defense, maneuvering, artillery, trench warfare, running away from trenches, defending hills, running at hills, getting blown up and charged by gene stealers. It was a whole big thing. I seem to remember Bentham's character. Oh god, I'm gonna have to be all getting back into brain with
Lime?
Lime.
that. Lime. Like towards the beginning of the campaign, you called down an artillery strike on your own lieutenant, as I remember.
I was.
And then he fucking got promoted.
And then you
I
got
know what I
promoted.
said, actually.
Welcome to the guard.
Like, it was a combined.
One way to get promoted.
It was a combined error on the part of both Lime and the artillery. If either
rear
one
guard, yeah.
had done it right, then it would have been okay. But we both screwed it up enough to bomb our own people.
Yeah. Sheepy dice became a thing. Well, it was already a thing, but it became an official thing, whereby every time I roll, I end up blowing up my own troops, or they start rolling down the hill in a very comical mess. There was some interactions between the regiments, specifically the 21st Grenadiers and the 12th Lightfoots had issues getting along. They worked together fine in the battle, but Primer and Lancaster and their troops had a tendency, I would say, to clash. There were a lot of food rolls, cooking rolls, to make sure that Lancaster was making good food. Happened like 1 in 4 times, maybe, good food.
You know what?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but then an official chef of the Lightfoot appeared.
Oh, yeah, that's when I rolled like a crit, like 1.
Yeah.
And then I got an official chef. So, now we're set to go,
Who I decided off the top of my brain, which is why I hate my brain, to call Flat Haggerty. So
That's a great name.
Every
I
time
love
you
it.
say that name, I think of flapjacks for some reason. So
It's food thing probably.
it's a food thing. Yeah.
So we need Flat
Um,
Haggerty to make flapjacks
Just-
then.
Warning:
Yes.
if you don't have food, get
flapjack.
food, because this show makes you hungry.
We'll talk about food. Yeah.
I got my snacks. I'm good. I'm
Like
ready to
playing
go.
Monster Hunter World. When they cook, you're
Oh.
like, oh.
Those cats know how to make some good ass food, okay? Like if my cats could do that, I mean, I don't know if I could love my cats more, but I mean, I probably would if they could cook a meal like that. Goddamn.
You would
Fair,
make me
same.
prefer cats over dogs if cats could cook like that.
Right? Oh man.
Additionally, the governor of Draco Mal was assassinated. Because he got in the way of the Lieutenant Colonel Drake's plans. Eventually there was a final push by the Tyranids, kind of from all sides. A lot of officers died from all regiments. A lot of troops died, and in the aftermath, the Adeptus Mechanicus Biologus and Biologus Magos swooped down on the planet, claimed it for their own, said, "Thank you, Imperial Guard, get off our world," and you all headed off to your new assignment, which is the system and the planet of Katik. The place where you originally came. The reason why you needed R&R on Draco Mal, because Draco Mal was supposed to be your rest and relaxation and time to reform the regiments and get reinforcements. That went well. You are now going back there to pacify, as best you see fit, the planet of Katik and the system of Katik itself, which has a few more planets in it. So, I think first up, I will give you the details you have before we go into the details of what's happening and all that type of things. So, in the system of Katik, there is there is Katik itself, which was the planet which rebelled against the Imperium and ambushed all of your regiments while you were on garrison duty there. Quite a few units were completely wiped out, some companies were completely wiped out, and you retreated to garrison Draco Mal and recovered there. From what you know of the situation that you were sent, there is also Oscilia, which is another planet in the system. It has possibly joined Katik in the rebellion. Reports are not entirely clear, but they don't seem to be responding to any hails from the Imperium. So the assumption is rebellion, dissension, kill them all. And then there is the planet of Breaker's Yard, which is, as far as you can tell from the intel, open to housing your regiments and kind of working with the Imperium, so they don't seem to be straight up rebels or likely to try and kill everyone. There is also one more planet of note in the system, which is a barren dead world where nothing will ever happen ever again, which is called Leyland 3.
You know, Sheepy, when you say the words like that in that particular order, I don't believe you.
It's a little in joke poke for Roll For It fans. So,
Not sure if they're getting it or not. We'll see.
I
I
put
found
it
it
in
funny.
I'll put it in the chat for them. Maybe they'll figure it out.
It was just like Necrons. It's Necrons.
Necrons. So
It's the Meldar.
See, it's always Eldar.
always Eldar.
Even when it's Necrons, it's Eldar.
Even when it's chaos, it's Eldar. Yeah, they got it. Okay, cool. So you are now, well, you've been in transit through the warp for a couple of months since Draco Mal. Most likely kind of doing your best to reorganize and just keep everyone, keep the regiment together while it heads to its new destination. We'll kind of like come in terms of the scene will be us coming into the system and getting acclimated and all that type of thing. But for the
This
setup,
game again that we were playing.
for the setup, there are two new regiments that are available and on call. There are a small detachment of representatives for both of them already on Breaker's Yard, who are ready to, if the need arises, you can call upon them. There is the Cavalcadre, who are a special forces regiment, basically very good at disruption, infiltration, assassination, all this type of thing. They're quite good at vox warfare as well. And then there's the Evergreen Legion, which is a massive regiment filled with bodies that get thrown at problems. So you will need to talk to their representatives and figure out a way to get them in. If you want them in, you are perfectly welcome to carry on without them until they may seem necessary, or even if they don't. Additionally, there are you're all aboard your separate regiment transport ships that are carrying a regiment. There are basically fresh recruits waiting for you in Breaker's Yard, and you are being escorted by a light cruiser and 2 frigates led by Lord Captain Joku, who is the representative and commander for the Navy. When you want to meet together, you can all take a shuttle over to his light cruiser, and you can conduct meetings there. Or if you want, you could head to a specific regiment, but it's not as spacious in the transports.
What was his title again?
Lord Captain.
Lord Captain, not Lord Commander.
Lord Commander is Imperial Guard military infantry, style. So, to help prepare you for what we are currently just about to jump into, you can see all of the 3 basic maps for the campaign. Katik is the one in the middle. Breaker's Yard is the neutral one, which is the one up the top. And Oscilia is the one at the bottom. They all have their own unique features, which I can tell you about as we go. And in terms of organization for your regiments, you all have your basic info of your officer pool, your strength and manpower, reserves, munitions, support equipment, additional resources and supplies. How this is going to work is when you have an objective you want to do as a regiment, you can you're all working this campaign together. There's no overarching commander. So you can agree on things or you can do things individually as a regiment. So, for example, if Primer was to say, "Oh, they're taking too long. We need to go and act over here." Primer, you can form a company, pick out a few officers to lead it in certain positions, and send it down to Katik to attack the capital if you so wanted. And we'd make a few rolls based on command and etc. to see how much of your manpower you draw to form the company, to see how much of munitions and support equipment. You can tell me, I want to form a company that's predominantly armor based. So transport chimeras, a few Lehman Russes. That would take more from your equipment than just straight up infantry with a few like heavy weapons.
Right.
So it really is open ended. It's reasonably simplistic in terms of what you can get, and so you don't have a limitation of one Lehman Russ, and you can only use that. You can pull from your equipment, your support, your resources, and depending on how you roll, it will deplete them faster or slower. So I think we should come into this with a meeting after you have all come out of the warp and have started orbit around orbit over Breaker's Yard. So you'll all be on the light cruiser, with the meeting being presided over by the Navy representative, Lord Captain Joku.
Gonna sneak in an establishing shot where, like, just after we come out of warp, Lime is looking out a window at the planet below, sipping coffee.
Oh yeah. Just like, oh damn, here we go again. You do also all have adjutants. If you'd like to assign someone specific, you can, from your pool of troopers and whatnot. For example, I believe the 12th adjutant was Freely.
Yeah.
And
he's my sergeant right now still.
Yeah. So adjutant with the sergeant rank, basically they're your assistants, your gophers, your dog's bodies, whatever you need. And if you ever have any like in-character questions about the setup and everything, you can ask them. And because this is quite large-reaching and it's very different from the usual thing you probably are used to from a RP show, feel free to ask me questions and be like, hey, what's going on here? Why do we have 3 maps and they're all massive worlds? And what the hell do we do? So
we're on the same ship then.
So you're currently meeting around a big strategy table, with like, people from the Navy, people from your regiments going back and forth, like pulling things and collating data, all that type of thing. And you're kind of like hunched over looking at 3 different maps of the 3 different worlds that you have to, in some way or another, deal with. Obviously, Lancaster, you have Freely standing at side. The rest of you have your adjutants with you as well. And
Who was my adjutant before? Because I'd have the same person.
I believe, if we go have a look at the 21st Alpha Grenadiers.
Oh no, is mine Scriven?
I think yours was Scriven. Was it Yox?
I don't know. I think Yox is the one I can't understand, isn't he? Or is he? Oh no, Yox is the one who gets stuck in. That could work.
Yeah. I believe yours was the Vox operator, who was called, I'm looking for him here in the list. Click, there we go. Let me add him in because I don't think I have him.
Mine was Staff Sergeant Grobe.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm assuming this table's still like it's meant for people of regular height. So I'll probably be kicking Freely to go get me a chair to stand on.
Okay.
Rickenbacker will look over the table and I guess assess the situation. Have we been given the sit rep or not yet?
Yes.
Or maybe we can open up with that and Rickenbacker can be like, walk us through the current situation, rep. Sit rep.
So the very basic situation that we are currently looking at is the planet we are currently orbiting around is the planet of Breaker's Yard. what they do here is predominantly, I guess you would call it recovery of technology and machinery. Um,
Huh.
there are additional aspects of the hive. It pretty much consists of one very, very large hive on the main continent, which is made up of one large hive and four smaller hives. You have the mind, the hand, the heart, the sweat, and the blood. Then over on another continent, you have a area that is designated as the mouth. That is farming land, which provides food to the hive, to the rest of the hive. And then you have over on the final continent, to the east, you have the stomach, which is a large urban area, which is factories and whatnot, dedicated to bringing, broken ships, broken machinery, broken parts, kind of tearing it apart and moving that all out to either be turned into something new or to be recycled and sent off world.
Right.
So we're primarily here to build out our companies so that we can head out. Is that?
So you're here because you need to decide what to do about Katic and Oscilia. Katic
Okay,
is
the
in
sit rep I was referring to was what's the situation rep with Katic?
neither world is responding. Katic is in open rebellion and has attacked and shot down a couple of couriers sent to the planet. Oscilia is just not responding, and has turned away a few envoys sent over that way. Katic has massively fortified its urban area around the capital. You can see on the map the urban area is the big gray chunk in the middle. There are a few planetary defenses in that area, in the built up urban area, but nothing sufficient to combat, to put up a sustained defense against anything from orbit. It's just kind of enough to shoot down a couple of smaller ships if they try and land in that area of the planet at least.
And geographically, is the sandy color stuff desert, and then the foresty stuff forest, or are there mountaintops or anything in here?
So all of this kind of yellow-green area here is plains, effectively.
Okay.
Open and flat land. The greens are jungle and forest. There's a few bits kind of over to the east over here.
It's swamp.
It's a little bit of desert and some cold, mountainous area.
Okay, so this has a little bit of high ground there.
Yeah, over to the east is some high ground. Yeah. And I've said this when I was chatting with Bentham, but in terms of these planets, there's no kind of there's no right way. There's no this is how you approach it. If you want, technically speaking, although it would be kind of uneventful, you could enter into negotiations and try and talk them into surrendering. It's a way you could go, or
This
you
is
could
war.
or you could take your ships, position them over the planet, and bombard them. The problem is, at the very least for Katic, is they have fortified heavily. So with your limited ships, a bombardment isn't going to do much.
Lancaster was actually going to suggest talking to them first.
Go for it.
I mean, so Lancaster would just kind of bring the chair up, shuffle up, and just... Alrighty then, well, have we tried talking to them?
You mean the times that we have sent convoys in to talk to them and they have not returned?
Well, we have some more fortified people here. A bit smarter, probably, maybe. I don't know who went in before.
Do they respond to transmissions?
Not yet.
No responses.
Then why don't we go down and give them all FaceTime, you know? Just go and knock on their door.
If you mean by knocking on the door.
With your hand, not with the guns. We can do the guns later if they don't want to, cooperate.
By
Or
the
it
sounds of it,
appears
we
they are
can't
not
just.
cooperating.
By the sounds of it, we can't just land and have a chat. I mean, if we show them what they're made of, they might stand down before we have to go through the whole lot of them.
Not to mention, do we even know who the leader is?
No, but isn't that the reason why we'd go down and talk to them?
Oh, it seems like plenty have gone down and not returned, Lancaster.
Right, but we have a pretty good team here, so if we send down a good force with a proper negotiator, maybe some home-baked goods.
I mean, the big thing for me there is, of the attempts that already were made, it doesn't seem like they're interested in talking.
But maybe we can do a combination. We do a little bit of fire action, and perhaps they will want to talk then.
I mean, I'm all down for sending people down to get recon.
For the moment,
Recon
we can.
And con part is the conversation?
I mean, we
Yes,
can keep trying
Lancaster.
to hail them the whole time. We'll just keep sending messages, and if they continue not to respond, we attack, and we keep attacking, and eventually either we run out of rebels to clear out, or they start to answer our hails.
What if they're mute?
And we will deal with that when it comes.
The Lord Captain speaks up and says, "If you like, I could bring in one of our astropods to attempt to contact any of the planets you wish again."
Seems like the main place we'd want to contact is Kadak itself.
Well, and
Well, it's-
Breaker's Yard, if we want to go down and set ourselves up there and, have something. Plus, if they're a bunch of scrap folks, well, Freely might be able to work well with them, wouldn't you, Freely?
I, Lieutenant
No.
Colonel, I would be perfect. What? You want me to go down to the planet?
Not now, you fool.
Right. Because I couldn't help hearing that none of the envoys actually made it down to the planet.
To
They were
Breaker's
shot
Yard.
down. No, not to Breakers. To
That's a
Captain.
different planet.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. We'll
Oh,
have to set up on Breaker's Yard and then we go.
oh, I'd be
Yes.
perfectly happy to invade Breaker's Yard. They're on
Oh.
our side.
Well, you don't be invading them then.
Well, it's very easy, isn't it? You just land and you've already done it.
Please pardon my insubordinate idiot.
Apologies.
Who's currently in charge of Breaker's Yard? Presumably there's a planetary
Lancaster,
governor.
I'm used to it by now, but go ahead, Lime, sorry.
Breaker's Yard is the governor is Archelius Noculus.
Right, we should establish contact with him, see about finding a location to land and set up a base of operations. We're also going to need to requisition resources, probably mainly food, from them to support the troops.
Don't they have a whole mouth? Although, I suppose the name's a bit of a misnomer. It's where they
Then
would eat.
The
perhaps-
mouth should be doing the eating, not the producing. I mean,
Right, well, they have the stomach too, but that doesn't do any eating. That just does the processing of the scrap stuff. And
well, that makes sense. Stomach processing is just processing not food.
Right. Do they have
If you
the
ask me,
intestines
they
then?
should just all be assigned by numbers.
Right,
when,
yes,
when you're
well,
3,000 planets into settling the entire galaxy, you gotta come up with some weird names to be unique.
I do agree, though. Perhaps we should go to Breaker's Yard, set up recovery bases for our people, and then perhaps Ascilia to get some resources.
Well,
Might
we have
be a
to
good
see what kind
idea.
of situation Ascilia's in.
Right, nobody's been able to contact Oscilia then at all.
It's not a good sign. Either everyone's rebelled or everyone's dead. Because of rebels.
Right.
If
Well-
you
Take rebels over Nids any day.
Yeah, it's
if
gonna be a
you
piece of cake by comparison.
if you like, I could send one of the frigates over to Ascilia to do a very basic recon of the surface.
It's worth a look if you can get a good enough view to tell if there are people down there.
We will have to be cautious in case of planetary defenses, but at the very least, if they fire at us, we can beat a retreat, and then at least we know.
That's a good point. Do
I-
they have any ships at their command? Because I guess if there's any planetary weapons, they're going to have access to those.
Our fleet came through around about the time you were fighting on Draco Mal, and cleared out the few combat vessels they had still operational. We effectively cut them off from moving from planet to planet. But obviously, we do not invade, and the orders were not to destroy the worlds. So we moved on, and I was attached to you for you to come in and finish off the job, I guess.
Right, at least by the sounds of it, the fleet is going to be able to move freely as long as it doesn't get too close to a planet with weapons on it.
There should be no danger in the general system aside from the planets themselves.
Is there a chance of ships coming in from outside? What kind of alignment do these rebels have? Do we even know?
As far as I know, they're just separatists who are upset with their lot in life, who have decided to declare independence from the Imperium, for which, of course, they must be punished.
If the news
Or
has got to
misguided
anywhere
fools.
else, there might be other rebel forces that could send reinforcements, but we'll probably be alright. Worth keeping a lookout for.
We have had no indication or intel of that, but it is something to be on guard for.
And there hasn't been any word of any dissent on Breaker's Yard then?
Bits and pieces. Obviously, not everyone agrees with the neutral or Imperium stance that the governor has taken and kept. However, Breaker's Yard is a bit more controlled than the other two planets, from what I know. So,
Controlled how?
it's harder to rebel, or
Oh,
it's
I
harder
see.
to
Right.
be malcontents.
Right. That's good then. That's good. Well, I suppose it would make sense then to set up on Breaker's Yard.
One piece of information that is probably cogent to the current discussion is if you wish us to go and retrieve reinforcements or the other two regiments that are on standby for you, they are currently engaged in light warfare in another system. We will need our transport ships, which you are currently occupying. So having a base on one of the planets, having empty transports would very much be the way for us to get your reinforcements, if
Right.
they're
I
desired.
think that's a good idea.
We should work on finding ways to house all of our troops then on Breaker's Yard. I don't know if they'll have some spare
Well, if
places
you
in the
ask
hive,
me-
or we'll just need to set up our own facility somewhere.
If you ask me, troops are best served where they're going to be fighting.
Right, but a better equipped team is better than naked troops.
I don't know
Breaker's
about
Yard
you.
has food being supplied, and they also have the scrap coming in that we can make into other things.
Lieutenant Colonel, point of fact, our troops aren't actually naked. That was just when they went for a shower.
Thank you, freely.
I'm Arm.
I am a captain, right?
Lieutenant Colonel.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember you were captain, then you got promoted? And
yeah, and he kept calling me one or the other. So he's calling me the right one now, or?
It was someone else. He was calling you the other, the captain, and you kept shouting at them.
Right. Yes. Okay. But I am Lieutenant. Okay. Just
you're all Lieutenant Colonels.
Fuck. Okay. Good.
I don't want
So
this
to
kind of
understand
responsibility.
and recap, we would like to contact the governor of Breaker Yard first.
That's a good idea.
Of course. Would you like to try and establish communication electronically? It can be a little bit choppy, or I could get an astropath. The governor does have his own personal astropathic members.
What would be the normal route for that? Like,
I mean, either really. Astropath tends to be off system, so like from system to system. It's a way of communicating long distances. It can be a bit spotty, but
without somebody trying to be able to get access to that.
It would
more
be
secure?
Ineffably more difficult to like tap an astropathic
All right,
communication.
I think going that route probably seems best.
Okay.
I don't know what you guys think.
I'm on board with that.
Okay.
Let's go with the astropath.
The astropath. Okay.
Perhaps just request
Okay.
a meeting, either on the planet or he could come up here if he likes.
Maybe he has more information on what is going on with the Scylla. But
I should hope so.
I do agree that perhaps sending down somebody to recon might not be a bad idea.
Thank you.
Yes, so maybe Tyler's team, your guys' is maybe pop down recon.
Their
think actually it's
recon
both
would
are
be
more recon.
Lightfoot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The
I'd be happy to go down.
the Lord Captain kind of makes his excuses and sweeps out. Comes back. Actually, the astropath comes back a little bit later. Like heavy robes, very like kind of glazed over, like cloudy eyes, bald and like big hook nose, and looks around and says, "Who asked for me?"
Well, I think
Primer
we all
just
did.
points with his thumb and eyes Reckenbacher.
Yes.
Very
we're looking
well.
to send down communications to Governor Achilles.
Yes, I have been in contact with their astropathic group. Please come here.
We go over.
You know, I stand up. I'm like, all right, we're in the same room.
Hop off the
And-
chair.
Yeah.
Then he holds forward his hand like that to your ear and mouth.
Okay.
When I'm done, merely pass your hand over my face.
Rickenbacker just nods.
Realizing what's going on, I sit back down and just kind of lean back to watch this unfold.
And
High
then
tech, isn't it?
you start hearing a voice in your ear. Yes, this is governor of Breaker's Yard.
And what is our group called?
I
What
mean,
would we address ourselves? Are we still like the sword of whatever?
Damocles.
no, you'd
Damocles.
be Imperial Guards, Astra Militarum, either way you'd like to say, commanders of the regiment, etc.
That was not like a title. What
Yeah.
would we call
Just-
ourselves? You just
I
named off
mean-
like a ton of stuff.
Well, so for example, you could say this is Lieutenant Colonel Rickenbacker of the Astra Militarum, or
Okay,
you could
Astra
say,
Militarum.
of the Iron Brigade or the Imperial Guard. You know, it's
Astra Militarum is what I'm looking for. I was like, you just said a whole bunch of words. I'm like, which one is it? Okay, this is Commander Rickenbacker, Lieutenant Colonel Rickenbacker, commander of one of the Astra Militarum. We are reaching out to you because we are trying to perhaps see if we can situate some of our troops down in Breaker's Yard.
Yes, of course. There has been communique between myself and the Imperial Navy representatives. I was told that to expect some regiments of the Astra Militarum to come and use Breaker's Yard as a jumping-off point with which to invade Katik. And also, may I say, in my own personal stance, I'm very glad to see the Imperium here to bring order back to the system.
This is good, she says. And then, where would you like our troops to land?
There is a large industrial wasteland outside of the Hive City. If you would like to touch down and make base there, we can organize better from that point. So the blue all around the orange of
So
the
all of
hive
this
is like
round.
it's kind of cracked ground, blasted ground. It's all very untillable, unlivable, just kind of hard rock and whatnot. There's no like plant life or anything. There's occasional like ruins of buildings and stuff, but mostly it's
We're gonna
just a
take
wasteland.
over that shit. All right.
So it's like arid plains.
A bit more blasted lands. Not volcanic exactly, but almost like there's been battles and wars and whatnot, and it's all got very, you know.
That should work very well for us. We were
Of course.
wondering as well if perhaps you know any information about Ascilia and the situation there.
I was requested to try and get into contact with Ascilia. My astropath made contact and was told not to inquire any further and to leave them alone. I did continue trying to contact them, however, they have appeared to have completely shut themselves off from the outside galaxy.
Interesting. Have they put out any communication externally, perhaps to Katik?
There was communications between themselves and Katik for a while. However, with the destruction of their transport fleets and smaller ships, there has been no communication for a few months now.
And who was doing the destruction? Katik?
What destruction do you mean?
The destruction of the transport ships.
Oh, that was the Imperial Navy that came through.
Right. All right. If you have any other further information that you think would assist us in this situation, please let us know.
Of course. I invite, I assume you are the commanding officer. Please, when you do touch down, I will leave, let me know where you are touching down. I will send out an escort to bring you to a meeting and we can go over everything in person.
That sounds very good. I will probably have other commanders with me as well.
Wonderful. I can't wait to meet bona fide Imperial commanders.
She just nods, but they can't see her nod.
Yeah.
And
you
then
still,
she's
you
like,
still have the
yeah, she's like, that is all. What do I need to do to turn this off?
Wave over his face.
It's like, okay, I will see you when you land soon. And then you hear like a little click. And
She's
then
like
you
your
just hear,
grandma. She's like, what is this technology? I do not know how to use it.
and the
You're so.
And
You're
then
so old. Just,
the
this is new technology.
the astropath, who incidentally his name is Feltone, he just goes er.
I put my hand
Yeah.
on his face.
And he withdraws his
But
hand.
it's more she's just like waving at his face.
You got a full on like.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then she'll turn back to the rest of them and relay what just happened. And say, Lancaster, do you want to do your recon at the same time as we deal with the Breaker's Guard?
Oh, I suppose. Yeah, go and do a little recon of Katik. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it depends. Do we want to recon Ascilia or Katik?
Well, that depends. Our ultimate goal is to, make sure everyone in this system is back on board. Is that right?
I wouldn't want to land anyone quite yet. I'd say just send a ship to both, keep your distance from any weapons, and just see what it looks like from orbit.
I would love to know if any of the other, if Katik or Ascilia have any folk who are still, loyal to us,
That is
If
what we need to find out.
there are any areas still holding out, that would make an excellent place to land, and that we could without being shot at.
Right.
It appears that no one has had communication really with either. Ascilia and Katik were communicating at one point, but that has ended.
It's just a sidebar that you'd all know. It's possible if they have astropaths too, that they are still communicating, but through astropathic means.
Yeah, we just don't know that.
You wouldn't be able to tell.
I will
Well-
say I agree with Lime and the flyover, but seeing stuff from the sky, especially with defenses like what Katik is showing, I feel like getting some people on the ground would be somewhat ideal, at least for the large landmass around Katik.
Right. Well, suppose we could land either on the highlands to the east or the flatlands on the west.
If I might question a moment of what we're planning on doing,
Right.
are we intending on landing on Katik?
Well, we're considering it, but we don't really know much about Katik other than, they have a large fortified area that's under the Separatists' command.
I think
Well-
we do the flyover first before and decide if we need to land to get further information.
If we get a better idea of where the enemy's positioned, it'll help inform us on where we should land.
Well, we do know that they are fortifying that urban area, so perhaps one of the outer edges is going to be the best for us.
Perhaps it might even be best to make a coastal landing.
That was what I was thinking myself, Lime.
That is what I was thinking as well.
It's got the
Oh, well,
benefit
if you're
of we
all
can't be
thinking
attacked. It's got the benefit of we can't be attacked from behind, but the drawback of if we are forced back, we go into the sea.
Well, it seems if you look on the map over here, there's a spot we could land by the sea, and there's still a little bit of a landmass we could retreat onto.
can
Weird,
click and hold
skinny
to show us.
peninsula.
Wait,
Yeah, we
wait,
didn't see the
spot you're
ping.
talking about. I didn't see the ping. Okay, there.
Oh, yeah. I see it. That is heavily forested, but
I mean,
Yeah.
You know the
That's
hard
it
hides.
does give us
What
That
about
does give
over
us-
here then? There's this foresty area and this old big old mass, but there's flatland, and suppose we could kind of get up there.
Well, one thing to keep in mind as well is if you both, if for example, if the Grenadiers and the Lightfoot both have a plan that seems viable, you can both do that plan. Like, you don't have to just invade one place. You don't
Or
have
like a
to,
wager.
So ultimately you all have independence from each other, but working together would be a good idea. So, like, if Lancaster has a really good idea to go down to that like little area, or Primer wants to like land on the archipelago, you know, kind of push out from there, you can do that. You know, independently.
Yeah, we could do that. Or we could do one where we land on one side and one on the other. That way we can...
Recon is a good plan.
Yeah.
Just for the offing, and you can go down and sort out Breaker's Yard at the same time.
Yeah, I think Lime might be good for Breaker's Yard to like do our setup, because he's good at like building things and stuff.
You know, you spot Lime is like looking at the Breaker's Yard map, and because he's just been told land in the blue bit, and the blue bit is massive, so he's like, where in the blue bit? Where do I get to set up shop?
So the Skull and Crossbones is Calhelius Valley, which is where the original ambush took place. That where the Katic, let's call them Katikians, I guess,
and we think
ambushed your regiments and killed a lot of your men.
Are you sure they're not called cataclysms?
Sorry, go.
What?
Sorry.
And we think that there might be some loyalists in this area. Is that the latest information we have?
It's like months and months old that there was some resistance. It was like some resistance put up, but there's no exact like definite area or anything.
So we're aware that there was, so we know to like.
You know that there was
if we can make
resistance to the
contact.
rebellion, yeah.
Do we know the location, or is that actually a secret?
You like the maps you have are
old, right?
Old, like the knowledge, so you know where they were. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are still there, or you know.
Okay.
We can make
I wasn't sure if we were
assumptions,
supposed to know that there might be a loyalist present in that spot or not.
That's why I was asking.
So how about
if we
this?
knew that?
How about this? How about I'll do the flyover, and I don't know who else wants to go down and talk to the people in Breaker's Yard, but I can do a flyover, and if there seems to be a place that's like not super fortified or whatever, like I'll update the map, you know?
Just additionally, to give you a little bit more info on Oscilia, because you don't know that much about it. So it's an interesting little world. And from the map, you can tell that the gray areas are urban. Thank you. The kind of light green areas here are grassland. That's the vibrant green. The vibrant green areas are jungle. There's the kind of like this. Okay, so there's too much green here. I've realized. I apologize. The yellow are desert. The white is like winter kind of areas.
So like the pale blue.
The orange are hive. Pretty much just like massive, towering hive. I think they're just called hives. So yeah, just hives.
Hive cities.
Yeah, hive cities. And the darker green is like frozen forest. So the islands themselves have their own biomes, mostly, and it will mean that you're going to be going from like jungle fighting along one island to like fighting in taiga or frozen. And
I have questions about how this planet is like.
So, like looking over that map, Lime goes, reminds me of home. I think my men might be well suited for it.
And like a good tropical area, so not quite for me, but we're good at adapting. Mostly.
Katic sounds like home to me. Forest and jungle.
I prefer the cold.
the 1-4 are going to be entirely on Breaker's Yard and Auxilia, and then everyone else is going to be fighting on Katik. We'll just be chilling, building forts, taking the easier to take places.
So, would you like to should we skip forward a little bit to the individual instances of what your plan is?
I think out of character, let's just figure out who's going where, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm flying over Basquilia and Katik. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing recon from the skies. As best I can.
So you want to head off with the Imperial Navy frigate and basically just okay.
Yep.
And I'm waiting for word from the scouting about landing zones, and am probably inquiring about normal wildlife and animals in the area if I'm going to be landing in the wilderness, because, I come from a world where there's a creature called a hardhide that we had to defeat, so I want to be prepped before I run into a rhino carnivore thing.
Yeah.
And we're working on setting up shop on Breaker's Yard.
And I guess I will talk to the governor.
Okay.
Since I'm the talky person, I assume.
Yes. Rickenbacker known for
there's a reason.
loquaciousness.
There's a reason Primer's not the talking person.
Listen, okay?
Look,
like
she's not the most charismatic, but
No.
she's good at getting her way. She actually
Yes.
has like really high talking skills.
She does.
Fellowship.
Yeah.
And Lancaster can
Mine's
talk a
really-
lot. It doesn't necessarily help.
wow.
fellowship.
First of all, where's my character sheet? Hold on a second. Where is my character sheet?
Actually,
hold on a second.
what is your fellowship, Reckenbacher?
Mine's 49.
Mine's
Oh,
a
shit.
48, so I'm only one below you.
Yeah.
Mine's a 44. I thought mine was higher than that. Never mind.
Yeah,
I'm at a
me and you are
36.
like the talking people. We're just on the different spectrum. Like Rickenbacker's straightforward, gets to the point. You're like,
The point will
did
turn up
you?"
sooner or later if we just
Yeah.
keep talking.
And I'm just, what's the mission? What's the plan?
Bombs away.
I'm right on the.
And I think Rickenbacker's similar to you in that regard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lime will
We're-
be
we're
around
pretty
on
close.
Breaker's Yard for meetings as well. Like he can always just
Yeah,
set,
you
it-
can,
set his men off doing the thing.
Okay. In that case,
I would like to prepare some of my troops to go with Primer if he is going down.
My
Just
plan
at
is
least
to
hold
land
the initial
like,
landing spots.
yeah, the peninsula, because then if they're coming from land, we can bottleneck them on this little strait right here.
Yeah.
That way we can establish something in this area.
right. So, for now, the majority of your troops will stay in the transports orbiting the planet. A frigate will be sent with Lancaster to go check out Auxilia, and Katik. Lime will go down to basically see the viability of setting up some kind of HQ on planet, and Rickenbacker will go to, I think, interrogate is probably what's going to end up happening, the governor of the planet of Breaker's Yard. So let us initially start out with Lancaster. You are going to mostly be an observer, but it is good to have someone from the command structure along so that, you can view what's being translated to you. So you, after probably about 12 to 13 hours, your trip heads to Auxilia, goes into orbit, and from what you can tell, there is minimal movement and activity across the planet, aside from there is a decent amount of air force, mostly transports and so forth, kind of transporting in between the cities and Hive World.
Okay.
Although the for lack of a better word, the shipping on the planet does seem to be going to all of the islands. And there is it seems to mostly be, it's hard to tell exactly what it is, but there's no reason to send a big cargo ship or plane to an island with no inhabitants or cities on. So
there is shipping going to every single
island.
Whoa, okay. Okay, so that's good to know. Very odd.
The astropath, one of the astropaths did come along with you, does attempt to contact the planet. There's no response, but there's no sign of war, like a fight, and there seems to be no sign of like firing, or you can't see any large emplacements which would be like planetary defenses.
Interesting. I'm almost thinking that maybe then it's either somehow supplying stuff for Katic, or like preparing stuff for Katic, maybe.
Roll me a cooking. No.
Our first roll.
Roll me a common law war, please.
Okay.
But if she
no
rolled the
mods or
cooking
anything?
first, could she get a bonus to the other roll?
No. I did really want to make Vandy roll cooking first, but I imagine Flat Haggerty probably cooks all of Lancaster's meals.
Yeah, that's the problem.
yeah.
Mine is
High numbers are bad.
4.7.
Oh, we're back, guys.
I forgot high
Aw,
numbers were
man.
bad. I was like, ooh, that's a high number. And I was like, wait,
88
no.
as well, isn't that
Yeah,
like
it's
the
a minus,
chaos number or whatever?
Fuck.
I believe 8 is the number of either Korn or Nurgle.
Do you want to explain kind of how the success rates work for people who maybe are first? This is their first time watching
true.
The Last Ditch.
So,
You have your fate points. Sorry.
Oh yeah, we have like 2 fate points now.
2 fate points, yeah.
So Lancaster has a skill, which is Common Law War. It's based off her intelligence. When Lancaster rolls that skill, she rolls at her intelligence score, which is a 41. If she has more in a skill, it will like alter that slightly. But the target is to roll a D100 and roll under her intelligence score. So if it was 40 out of a D100, it would be a success, but it would be like rolls with 0 successes, which basically means it's a success, but it's not a big success. A minus 4.7 is would be like minus 4.7 degrees of failure. Basically means you rolled an 88, which is 4.7. You know, a success is 1.0, so like 10 away from the number. So, for example, with intelligence at 41, if Vandy rolled a 31, it would be 1 degree of success. And I basically take the degrees of success and translate that into into the game for what they know. So, for example, with 4.7 degrees of failure, Lancaster, you're pretty sure that the thought you had about them getting supplies for Katic is completely right.
Can I use a fate point to reroll that?
You could absolutely use a fate point to reroll
All right,
that.
we're gonna use the fate point to reroll that.
Okay, that is
Scouting
That's
is
pretty fucking bad.
going to be important for us.
Yeah, we need the recon to actually be good to start. How?
The
Did I get an
fates do
88
not
again?
agree.
Exactly the same. An
Oh
88
my
gosh.
again.
You know what? You took
You
another
do have
look.
one more.
That's
You can't reroll twice the same.
Oh, you can't reroll twice.
So Lancaster, you're like, wait a minute, I'm probably like, maybe I'm wrong. I'll have another look. You have another look, and you're like, yeah, no, I'm definitely right. This is exactly like the thing that I thought twice before. I'm so right. It couldn't be anything else.
Sheepy
Enjoy
Dice is
that.
dead. All hail Vandy Dice. Oh no, Van Dice. That was it. Van
Van
Dice.
So what
Dice.
was this info that you got there, Lancaster?
I suspected that maybe somehow they're preparing or getting like stuff ready to send over to Caddick, and I don't know how, but apparently.
Oh, Ascaria? This is Ascaria?
Ascilia,
Yeah.
yeah.
Ascilia.
Ascilia, sorry.
So Lancaster thought that Ascilia was like gathering up supplies to send to Katic to help them, which was definitely confirmed by like
The
The
second
thing-
pass.
the thinky brain
Well,
that
now we
Lancaster
have
got
to
into.
go to Ascilia.
Just fan-fucking-tastic. Okay, cool.
Lime
to
was fine
move.
with this. He was already happy to go there.
Time to move on to
Yeah.
Katic.
Yep.
Frigate heads over towards Katic, and like very very soon after they start nearing it, there are like 2 or 3 like projectile shots that like
Ooh.
fire from the planet and like come close to the frigate before the frigate kind of like does very quick well in gigantic terms a very quick about face and moves away from while trying to take a few like reconnaissance shots, as it were, scans of the planet.
Could I see where those shots were coming from?
Yes, they were coming from the urban area of Katic, the kind of
All
gray.
of those shots?
Yeah, that was like 3 shots.
Okay. Since over here, oh whoops. Since hold on. Since over here is kind of like where we think are friendlies ish.
Yeah.
I'll ask if we can kind of go over to the like are the planetary defenses like if I go further over around the planet to try to avoid part of the urban center, like just to see on this side if there's any kind of like activity or anything.
The world isn't massive. There are other parts of the world of Katic. This is like the main continent.
Okay.
Very, very similar to Draco Mal. But like you won't be able to get in a position to view that area of the continent without being visible and fireable upon.
Okay. All right. I would also ask the astropath to try to contact Caddick as well.
There's no reply from
None?
Katic
Okay.
either. What I can give you is that the few like basic shots you got, there is heavy activity on the urban area, the grey area of Katic. Appears to be a lot of work being done, a lot of things occurring, and you know what? Give me a scrutiny, please. Take a +10.
Okay. Where's my scrutiny?
Just don't roll security like I always do.
Yeah, I actually have a point in scrutiny too, so I should be okay.
Tyler always gets excited.
3.9 degrees of success.
That's a 19. Yes. Yeah. So you do actually notice some signs of battle on the shots that are managed to be captured before the frigate like makes an about turn and scurries out of there. So yeah. Now officially you have a like very rough guide, as there's instances of battle going on around with Louise and can't quite see the names of these cities where I am. Betbury and Perborough. They all you from the shots you get, there's like signs of combat. There's nothing like exactly where you can go, oh, there's people there and they're fighting, but there's like craters and destroyed infrastructure and signs of activity.
So
shit,
Caddick
okay.
and
so they
that area
definitely
are
kind of
fighting.
came in. They're definitely they have come in and tried to.
A
Yes.
definite land battle at some point. However, you can't tell whether it's ongoing or whether it's something that happened and hasn't been dealt with.
It makes sense. If there were people that did not agree with them, they're gonna try to take them out, right?
Yeah. Okay. Good to know.
But we
Hmm.
don't see the people. We just see that there was a battle that happened.
Lancaster basically just sees, because it's from orbit and it's quick shots as they're going.
Gotcha.
They weren't very.
It's
able
more
to
like
get close
seeing
enough.
like spots on the ground and stuff
Yeah,
where
yeah,
explosions
like
have gone off. Gotcha.
Broken roads and bridges and like bunkers that have either been destroyed or are still there, and that type of thing. From what you can tell, by the way, again with that scrutiny, the entirety of the urban area is fortified. So it's not just walls with like towers and gun emplacements. It's also like bunkers and what seems to be possible like big hangars that go underground and things like that. So
Oh shit.
So
Okay.
they're pretty armed.
They're like heavily entrenched in there. Okay.
just to get you guys amped up for what's to come for this campaign. There are 2 books that I read in preparation for this campaign. One was a very in-depth detail of Stalingrad, and the other was Vietnam. So
See?
All the
Oh,
favorite
great.
wars to be in right there.
yeah.
Oh gosh.
I was watching a documentary about World War II recently too. It's good.
The tactics of Vietnam scares me now very much.
Yeah.
Suddenly the jungle looks infinitely more scary.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Don't step on anything.
Don't
They can
Might get
come out of
spiked
anywhere.
to the butt.
don't walk on the ground. Don't look at anything too funny. Don't go to the planet. Just don't go.
One fun thing, although not fun, about Stalingrad is there were times when they were literally on the other side of a wall in a building, just fighting like that. Like it was ridiculous. So.
Well, based
should be
on
fun.
how that information about the bombardment and shots coming down there, I'd be more worried about losing soldiers before we even make it to that side. So perhaps we're not going to go near Katik quite yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I said, it's all down to how you want to play out this campaign. If you decide to like leave Katik, but one thing to consider as well is the longer you leave them, the more time they have to prepare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
the more likely we're gonna be under pressure from higher ups to be like, why haven't you finished
and
invading yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Well-
anything you can, like tactics you can think up or like ways to approach the situation.
I have an idea. Okay.
Well,
Beautiful.
if we get the intel from Lancaster that Ascilia is definitely giving Kadik,
Supplies.
resources, then we
Which
need to cut
they
up the
definitely
resources
are.
first, right? And then of
Yeah.
course invade and slowly take over their land. But I do agree, Tyler. We can't just go straight to Kadik. I think we're gonna have to push in.
That's fair. So
Also, who knows if the governor is actually like legit?
Yeah, if that
Right?
governor were
Who
going to be
knows?
talking
We
to
don't.
was
We
actually
don't know.
good.
We're not there yet.
of
there was some
Breaker's
slightly-
Yard.
Yeah, there was some slightly
Breaker's
worrying
Yard.
things about Breaker's Yard. It's like, there was a little bit of fighting, but we sorted it out.
Yeah, we don't know all of what's happened there either. So
Yeah. Okay. Well, if that's what I've seen,
Yeah.
then I will head back.
Okay. Swing this frigate around. So, as you are starting your landing, Rickenbacker, you're met by a welcome party, effectively, and escorted in a truck out of the wasteland, which is there's occasional like tree stump that's basically fossilized. There's a lot of like small ruins where you're like, that could have been a building maybe, or it might just be some stones that are all blackened and charred. But you head into the Hive City, and because I think you were landing up north, right? Kind of around here.
That's up to where Lime wants to land.
Okay, Lime, do you have any preference?
The one thing I had in mind was, I mean, for the purposes of setting up a base, we can land wherever we like, really. But for a base, presumably there's some kind of road in between the Hive City and the mouth, which will have food being transported on it.
Yeah, there's like a long bridge that goes over from the main continent to the mouth.
I'm thinking that Lime will, if possible, spend some time flying the length of that road and looking for any particularly good spots, and then he'll either do something on the coast or on the edge of the Hive City.
Roll me a... Let's have a look here. Roll me a Scholastic Law Tactica Imperialis plus 10 and a Logic, please, with a plus 20.
Okay.
Oh yeah, people want you to lick some more rocks.
Yeah, no. Once he lands, he'll lick some rocks.
Oh my
don't worry.
god, his first roll.
Wow,
Right.
5.3. Is
A
that not?
crit
That's not a
two.
crit.
It's a 2.
It's a
It's a
crit
crit.
too.
It's not a super
That's
crit.
a crit.
But
It's a crit
close.
too, though.
What was the
Yeah.
second roll?
Logic with plus 20, please. I don't know why I give him bonuses, really. He doesn't need them.
Does occasionally.
That's true.
0.8.
2.8.
2.8 with a
Jeez.
37.
Solid.
Nailing it.
I'm gonna have to bring out those Elder Harlequins I've got in reserve just to take you out.
It's like,
Well,
I
Lime's
land
the
and I
only
immediately get
successful
sniped
person.
by Eldar.
Well, the unfortunate thing is, if Eldar do attack you, there's someone who's ready for it.
Yeah. I mean, if I step
Then he'll
off
be
the
like, "I
ship and
told
immediately
you!"
get killed by an Eldar, then Scriven takes charge and wins.
Yeah.
Listen, the 21st does well when they start shooting. That's what they're good at.
So, what you could do is you could set up a very basic. Oh, that is not what Sheepy wanted to do.
Iron Brigs are they're here to take damage and die.
So, okay, it's purple for some reason. But so that purple dot I put down, that would be the ideal position for you to be in because it's not too close to actually feel threatening towards their food supply, but all of their food supply still need to come through you, and you're far enough away from the hive that their defensive guns can't reach you, and you can kind of like you're far enough away to react if they try and make a move.
Right.
So
Plan wasn't to build on the
Can we
road,
make a
but like
sandwich?
easily accessible to the
on
road.
on each side maybe, because it's like a big like set of all trucks going through all the time, like back and forth, and you could set up like on both sides of the road almost.
I think for now I'll just pick one side and then maybe we'll
Okay.
end up sprawling over to the other as well.
Makes sense. It is a little bit less threatening to be on just one side, like near the road. It's like, oh well, we need to use the road for transport to go into the hive and everything.
Yeah. I don't want to look like we're taking over the road. I want to look like we're setting up next to the road so that we have a road that we can use to get to other parts of the planet. But if we have to, we can always be like, just divert this road into our base so we get all the food.
So what do you want to focus on for the setup? Or do you want to focus on basically comfort in the sense of erecting tents and like bunk houses and that? Do you want to focus on trenches, fortifications? What are we looking for here?
I think priority one is basic housing for the troops, and then we'll
Okay.
start working up to making it defensible. But right now, I just want to have the means to get troops off the ships if we need to, and house them here and set up some kind of infrastructure for like distributing food, training people, all that kind of thing.
Medical.
Also, I think there is a moment where Lime will bring the ship down and he'll land and he will lick a rock to see to derive what he can about the ground. Mainly, how poisonous is it?
I lick it to see how poisonous it is.
Yeah, it's like, if I die,
I was like, what?
don't settle here.
Please roll me a survival. You do have your bonus for enhanced senses taste.
Vandy's judging, man.
I just,
how much is the bonus again?
Plus 10.
Okay.
Your jacket is so red too.
Oh my
It's
god.
Oh,
like
no.
hot pink.
I,
It's
in
like
fact,
that
rolled a
really
99
vibrant
for a
coral.
minus 3.9.
The opposite of the two.
I'm
Wow.
gonna use a fate point so I don't actually die.
Okay.
That's
Oh
You could
my
use a
god.
fate point on licking a rock.
I mean,
yes,
why not?
because
His
it's
tongue.
because I was checking to see if like to check like this is like industrial
weird.
wasteland
30.9.
like acid rain
It's like blasted wasteland.
like
True.
toxic runoff
I would not have
from
licked the rock to
factories.
begin with, so. I
if I know at least me and Bentham remember the last time someone rolled a crit 99 fail.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember which time specifically, but
When
it was probably a biovore exploding. It usually
It wa-
was.
It was the exploding heads in a different universe, and if I say Orcs Rift,
Oh
Yeah, I
yes.
know what you're talking about.
Yes, right.
that was a crit 99 fail.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend a fate point. 'cause I don't-
Mechlord, it is possible to re-roll a 99 and get a 100.
It is.
It,
That would be
it-
fun.
is.
yes, that would.
It's highly unlikely, but possible.
Very possible.
Okay, a
Oh,
success
what-
of 0.2 with a
A success,
58.
okay.
I'll take 0.2.
Yeah, no, it's it appears to be a mixture of like old warfare combined with basically a hive city that just expels waste in all directions. And the the air's not toxic, but it's very much an industrial world and like a hive world. So there's a lot of fumes and gases and like maybe occasionally acid rain, a little bit. It's not a great world, but it is what it is.
Lime's gonna take that excuse because he's 1-4. He has to. It's time to unpack the shovel.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, did you get the new one?
No, it's the one from before.
Oh, you did get a tactical shovel after
didn't
all the
get
love
the
we
actual
poured into it.
tactical shovel.
Yeah, the tactical shovel.
If I'd have thought of it, I may have actually bought you a tactical shovel just for the meme of it.
I mean, he's barely ever going to use it because he's now just commanding. But this is the one time he gets to. Is he does stick the shovel in the ground and see if how far down do you have to go? Is it one shovel full or is it not worth doing to get to less toxic soil to build your base on?
You dig for a while and it's all like toxic, crappy,
Okay,
So
it's
some
poison
of
all the
it's-
way down.
Well, maybe not all the way down, but further down than you particularly would want to dig. It's definitely not arable.
He wasn't planning on growing things. He just, didn't want the actual ground his troops were standing on to be off-gassing things that were killing them.
It's not toxic. In terms of like if you are here for a year, you should, there won't be any like heavy effects, or visible effects or anything like really bad. If you stay here for like 10 years or plus, then you'll start to see the effects of it. And
So it is radioactive.
It's more toxic than radioactive, I'd say, but
If you spend too long around it, you'll start to build up toxic levels of something. Nobody knows what.
I imagine Lime tells us not to walk around barefoot.
Yeah, he probably like he
Who's
probably
walking around
contacts you like
barefoot?
the ground here is.
The only person who would walk around barefoot would be Lancaster, and she's not there, so...
Have you seen army boots? Oof. Don't want to be wearing them all the time.
Yeah, he does tell the others like the ground here is not great. I wouldn't advise you know,
No mud
being
pies.
too close to it for too long. Don't play with it. Just, you know, walk on it, leave it at that. And he does say to like whoever he, like hit some of his top ranking people that might be with him as they're like surveying to be like, all right, only break ground where necessary. I guess the stuff on the surface will be sun bleached, slightly better than the rest of it.
Right, you are, sir.
If possible, maybe we could set up some kind of quarry, or perhaps they've got something like that already. We can spread about some kind of pebble covering to put something between us and this.
Well, I heard they had that place, the Stomach, sir, up on one of the other islands. We might be able to requisition some materiel. We might be able to pave over this section.
Yeah, see what kind of stuff you can get. Maybe either some like, you know, some metal plates to walk on, or.
Aye, sir. It's a little bit far. I don't really want to walk over there.
I mean, to walk on here, to bring from there by a transport, and then to put here to walk on.
Right, sir. That makes much more sense, sir.
See what they have. There might be some kind of material they don't know much use for, isn't worth shipping off world, like, you know, pulverized stone. You just spread it out, build on top of it.
Aye, sir. And then get back to digging and just kind of putting up the basic bunk houses for the regiment. And seeing as you're in charge of this, worth asking, are you just having regimental like bunk houses all lined up so regiments can be where they are, or are you just like whoever goes wherever, you know, it's just going to be mixed?
I'll probably have it organized like some kind of like grid system.
Quartered off.
Hell, that's probably a thing in on Flux on the 1/4's planet, is, you know, because everything's constantly changing and continents are sinking and other ones are rising. They'll have probably like standard city things where they're just like, right, this new land showed up and this other land is gone. We need to build a city here. Here's the grid. Blah. And they
This one has snow everywhere. You know, everyone who's good at snow, go over there now, and everyone's like, ah.
Yeah, we're looking forward to Acilia.
Someone say snow?
So he probably like lays out a grid and like works out, you know, the bunk arrangements, and like there's a central area with, you know,
like command area, and yeah. Okay. Cool. We may come back to a roll for that, but honestly, as you're not on a time crunch and it's pretty much open, blasted land, there's not too much to roll on that.
All the troops are like, you mean I can just build this at whatever speed I like? It's not like if you don't dig this ditch in the next hour, Tyranids will kill you. This is great.
It's so nice.
I can have so many recaf breaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is basically a vacation for us at this point.
There's probably
every time.
There'll be less recaf breaks because we'll actually be able to sleep in between shifts instead of just having more caffeine.
Oh god. There was so many times where you guys were not able to sleep just because the Tyranids kept attacking. Oh.
Help! They're coming.
Help! They're coming. And wow,
no!
did Vandy, did you legitimately have a war flashback just there?
Yeah, I literally, like, when you said help, they're coming, I was like, and I knew that Maggie was gonna do the.
They're coming.
No. I don't want it.
Speaking of Maggie and Rickenbacker, you're being transported by truck into the towards the hive. Like, you guys can all, those of you on the planet, and even from orbit, can see it is like this massive mound of just like, it reaches up into the sky like clouds, if you know, acid clouds probably, but they like pass around it and through it. And there are like still very like I don't even know, like, in terms of scale, but like taller than the Eiffel Tower, taller than any of our buildings we have here. We're talking like mountain tall. There are 4 smaller like hives that are kind of partially absorbed into the large one. So they're like little cornerstones around this massive hive. And as you're being transported, one of the officials who meets you says, I don't remember his name off the top of my head. Give me a sec. Breaker's Yard. Noculus. We are just going to take you to meet Governor Noculus. He's come down from the top of the spire to meet in one of the kind of nicer reception rooms. And he's instructed me to answer any questions you may have on the journey.
Very well.
So
And
if
she
you want,
bows.
if you want, you can ask anything, or you can wait to get to the governor.
I guess, are we just walking through the city type of thing, or are we going up into a building? Is that what's happening?
You'll basically be taken to the like edge of the hive, and there's like a kind of official building there at one of the entryways where he's going to meet you. So just during the
It's not
trip.
really like a one for small talk, but
Yeah.
looking around, I guess now that I'm closer to the city, is it like walled? Is there like a big wall or defense, or
it's basically the four like smaller hives that are at the base of the large hive do seem to, there are some walls and there are some like checkpoints and borders like going deeper in.
so it does have some kind of like fortification? It
Yeah,
appears.
and there are like guns occasionally on parts of the hive, like facing out.
She'll
Nothing
just
like
say,
planetary, but you know, like decent artillery, like big guns.
how are you all holding up?
It's been a little rough. There's been a few minor riots, easily put down, but some discontent in the hives.
What are these riots about?
Oh, you know, better working conditions, lack of food, or you know, just generally poor living conditions. The general stuff. It's only exacerbated because supply and has been harder to get from the Imperium after all of the tribulations. Nothing that can't be handled.
How were you getting them before?
They were shipped in when the when our stomach produced things. They would be picked up by the hive, and it would be an exchange of all of our recycled produce, and then we'd get supplies and food and everything. It still happens. It just happens a bit less now.
I see. So there is something happening between the stomach and here.
No, the stomach is the stomach is working perfectly fine. Just merely because this system is currently, technically speaking, possibly one or two of the planets are in open rebellion. The Imperium doesn't come through here very often until the system is stable. So it's
Well, then let us hope that we can make it more stable.
Of course.
And I think she'll just sit in quiet until the person comes. If the room has any information, like a map or anything like that, she will look over it.
It's more of a it's more of like a
room.
yeah. It's just a fairly upscale administration room. You know, like couches and you know and that type of thing.
She'll sit and enjoy the couch.
And after a little while, the governor does like shuffle in, like quite a small guy. You tower over him, reasonably elderly, at least elderly looking. And he's joined by a few like administrative clerks and everyone who kind of following him around with data slates, you know, talking as he goes. And as he walks in, he kind of waves them off and says, "Not now. We'll deal with those problems later. Just remind me, and do go away now. I have guests." And then like looks up at you with his hands together as Commander, I believe.
Governor. Yes.
Yes. Good.
I'm Rickenbacker. She offers her hand.
Pleasure to meet you.
I don't think I would kill him.
You probably wouldn't salute him, no.
No.
Well, I've brought a few maps for you to peruse if yours are indeed not up to date. But please come sit down and we'll talk about what needs to be talked about.
She nods and takes a seat.
And yeah, he kind of bustles over and sits down. Right. How can I help you? I hope the outside, the wasteland isn't too unfriendly for you. Unfortunately, we have space, but none of it is nice space.
Lieutenant Colonel Lime has been already setting up our camp. It is fine. Thank you.
Wonderful. And of course, if I can help at all, please don't hesitate to let me know.
If he needs assistance, I'm sure he will reach out.
Very good. So I believe this meeting here is to discuss how we can help your campaign against Katic. Yes.
That is true.
Yes. What assistance would you be requiring? Are we talking like soldiers? Because I'm afraid to tell you, we don't have much of a military force here. Security, yes, and some PDF, but they aren't soldiers per se.
On the soldier front, we should be all right on our end. But if we need assistance, we may reach out. It is more information that I am seeking. What you know of more current events.
Well, as I did say, we have not had much communication or intel from the other two planets. But I will tell you whatever I'm able to collate. And like he kind of hands over a couple of data slates. This is the information I've compiled upon the two planets. I'm afraid militarily it isn't much use, but in terms of terrain and that type of intel, hopefully.
Do I have an
suffice.
easy way to transfer that information to the rest of my commanders?
But once you get back, yeah, you can transfer it
Okay.
over. And
She'll take the details and the maps. This will be very helpful for us.
Good. And are you? If I may inquire about your intentions in terms of domicile. I don't know the correct military term. Is it to bunk or to
Our barracks?
where would you is it sequester? I think it might be sequester.
She
No?
just like looks at him.
Maybe I won't try the military terms. Where are you intending to stay? Are you wanting to set up on this continent, or?
Currently, that is the plan. That is why I asked if we could situate ourselves a little bit on Breaker's Yard. And she pulls out the map and she kind of points to where Lime has started building up a base.
Of course. We don't have much infrastructure, but the main supply line runs from this continent over to the mouth and thenceforth to the stomach. It's one long supply line, so you can, of course, use that to ferry back and forth from the Hive City.
That is what we thought. We could use the road there.
Good. Is that all you require? Just space? Like an area to headquarters. Headquarters is the word I was thinking of. Yes. So are you just wanting to set up a headquarters so you can go off and deal with the other planets?
For the time being, that is the plan. But if it changes or we need anything else, I would advise you keep open communication with us.
Of course. I'll attach a couple of attaches with whom you can correspond with me.
So, tell me, you have not had any communication with Katek or Oscilia in a long time.
Not
when
for
was the
for a
last
long
communication that you had with them?
It was the last legitimate communication was from Katik, encouraging the rest of us to join their silly rebellion and throw off the shackles of the Imperium, which I don't even understand what they mean. There aren't any shackles on the Imperium.
Do you have logs of this communication?
Oh, I believe it was via Astropath, so we do not.
No documentation.
No.
She notes this.
There was when the Imperial Navy came through and destroyed the fleet. There was shots fired at the Imperial. I feel like that's enough of a indication that they've seceded.
And who was sending you the communication from Katek? Did you get the name?
It was yes, it was the leader of or they said it was the leader. The governor who I used to have a very good relationship with was Governor Posthumus. Mephis Posthumus. But the message was from someone called Creek. I'd never had any knowledge or interaction with the person before, so.
All right, but the leader, Mephis, is it Posthumous?
Posthumus.
Posthumous. What do you know of them?
I mean, same as any other governor, working for the good of his people to prosperous life and prosperous world and serve the Imperium. Never had any inclinations of sedition or rebellion, as far as I know, anyway. Never approached me about it.
So in the time before this, you had never had an inkling that they might be
rebellious?
Yes.
Katik itself, there are always people who rile up the public, and of course they're dealt with fairly easily. Of course, there's discontent on all worlds to some degree.
Is there some kind of like insight check or something I could do to see if this guy's telling the truth?
Sure. It would be
Scrutiny, I guess.
scrutiny.
Any bonuses to this roll?
Yeah, take a +10.
All right. Minus 3.5. I believe him.
Yeah. Seems to be legitimate.
No fate points from you? You got 2.
Might need them later.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I could use one, sure. Why not?
Okay.
The nice
peer
thing is
pressure.
now
Wow,
that,
we've rolled doubles. 88, 99, and 77 have all been rolled.
Wow.
Hmm.
Oh, I
Where's
think
the
I didn't
low
actually
doubles?
put-
Where's the 11s? Can we have some of those?
I
Roll
like-
2.
Worse. Or no,
Oh,
that's
no,
better.
No, that's a
That's
crit
a nat
one.
one. That's a
crit
super
one.
crit.
Woo! All right.
That is a crit
That's
one.
us.
success.
Holy
This guy.
shit! That's our first crit.
Okay, worth
That's
the
our
reroll.
first crit one.
Yay!
You know
You-
exactly what this guy's thinking.
You get the impression that there was a part of him that was tempted to join the rebellion, but was too scared of the consequences to take it. Effectively, he is a coward. And all his talk of the glory of the Imperium is just for the show of things. However, at the end of the day, people in positions of power, they can get like that, you know. So ultimately, he didn't rebel, and he is, you know, if you want, you could look into how he's running the planet and how he's doing as a governor and all that type of thing. The one thing that you do get is like there is a there is a very definitive worry in him as you're talking that you are going to demand too much of him. And with the crit 1 success, I can tell you the worry is that he's going to be forced to go to war. Because he's going to be like forced into a corner where he has no choice to join Katik and the rebels and etc. Because the other result would be just, you know, loss of power, loss of everything. So, yeah.
Well, so far I've told him we won't be putting him into the war unless
which is which is why he was a bit babbly and a bit relieved when you're like, oh no, we don't need all of your people
Okay.
as like soldiers and things like that.
But really, the super crit 1, tell us about his childhood, his upbringing.
Pretty regular childhood. Spanked a little bit too often, but he probably deserved it, you know?
That explains
Um,
being scared of retribution.
Yeah, and he wet the bed until he was 15. You know.
Sounds to me like this guy could easily flip to the side of Katik if things get rough.
Oh, bedwetter? Absolutely.
I think what she says is I don't know how to. What was the last thing that he said?
I believe it basically went to I'll leave a couple of people with you to, you know, so we can converse if there's anything else you need. And again, with the scrutiny you just rolled, geez, you get the impression that it's like, but hopefully you're not gonna use that too soon and you won't ask for very much.
Right. There should not be much that we need from you guys. Just keep your government moving smoothly.
Of course.
I may inquire to see how things are running, though.
Welcomed, of course. It's not welcomed. I'm running off your scrutiny, you rolled.
Yeah.
You could read this dude like a book. A very tatty and manky book, but still.
Like
She
you
kind of
mind
leans
well.
over, puts her like power fist on the table, and is like, and if we encounter any rebels here, they will be dealt with swiftly.
Wonderful. don't even have to use my own security forces. A perk.
He sounds very
She
nervous.
smiles like a big smile, which is like the first time Rickenbacker's probably
Rickenbacker's
shown.
massive.
Yeah, the first time she's
It's
shown
still-
like emotion.
Yeah, still in her armor and like, you know, everything. And
Rickenbacker's smiling.
And she has like
Just-
like all of them have like a skull painted on their face.
Yeah.
So sorry, what were you saying, Vandy?
I was saying Rickenbacker's smiling is probably the most terrifying part.
yeah,
Of that.
Oh, yeah.
It's not cool.
You know shit's gonna go down.
Why would you do that to the man? Jeez.
Oh man.
Does this man
then-
immediately wet himself?
I think he probably waits till he hasn't been like overly terrified, more just like a little bit worried.
She picks up like the data slabs, the documents, and she just says, "All right, if there's anything else that you think of that you think would be important for us, please tell us immediately.
Of
In the
course.
meantime, we'll reach out if we need anything further."
Of course, and if I do have any more intel for you, I will send it directly to your headquarters, which I believe is, and he points to the map where you indicated earlier. If there's nothing else, I will go back to my duties of making sure everything stays together.
I imagine Lime would have radioed Reckenbacher about like trying to get supplies from the stomach for covering the ground, right?
Yeah,
That can be done via envoy reasonably easily. So
Okay.
in that case, Rickenbacker will obviously head back to the HQ, and we will go on
May
break.
the Emperor be with you.
And you, and yeah, we'll hit our break here because.
All right, here we go. This
man,
is
it's
my
already
bit.
break
Uh-oh.
time?
Yeah, I know. I didn't even notice until I looked at the clock. I was like, oh damn.
Yeah, the
Recap
first time I
break.
looked at the clock, I'm like, oh, it's like
And when-
10 minutes till break.
And when we get back, we find out what Primer did.
Oh god.
Oh yeah. Uh
It went down to Katik, started ramboing through the jungle.
oh. Probably.
All right, we
I
will
left
be,
some troops with both of you, with Lancaster and.
We're just like holding them, like no.
No, they'll follow their directions. So if they tell them to go there, they're gonna go.
Oh dear. Yep, we'll be back in about 8 minutes. Enjoy some fan art and go get snacks or whatever, because I will, and we'll be back shortly. Hello and welcome back to Roll for It: The Last Ditch, Season 2, Episode 1.
Ooh,
We're back, baby.
Get back into it.
okay.
We've all done our
Hopefully I
things. We
got
haven't heard what
enough info.
we haven't heard what Primer's been doing yet.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
But it's probably mainly waiting for everyone else to finish the prep so
Yeah.
that he can go shoot things.
yeah,
Well, he could be prepping his troops for stuff, right?
it is essentially this second half, and we do have another we do have another episode which can be HQ or like part HQ and part like seeing what happens after you've kind of got your tactics and your strategy and we set off. So don't feel like you have to rush through tactics and everything. This second half will most likely be, I think, strategic decisions and basically forming up your regiments and organizing them and getting everything set up for whatever it is you decide to do. Primer, I assume you haven't like hijacked a frigate and gone to invade a planet, right? As tempting as as tempted as you are to do that.
I don't know about hijacking a frigate, but he wants to go and establish a place on the planet.
On Katic?
Yeah. So, like, his plan is to talk with the naval commander and talk about the strategy in which bombarding as a distraction so that they can land and establish a place on that peninsula.
Yeah.
For building up and having a place for established troops.
Okay. Would he wait for Lancaster to come back before?
100%. During which he would probably be talking to and getting to know his people if he could, but I imagine he's staying on the headquarters waiting for message from Rickenbacker, Lancaster, and Lime.
Rickenbacker. That's a great nickname.
Sorry, I keep...
Already, no, like, it already got ironclad, but I'm like, Rickenbacker, yeah, just mix of linebacker and just wrecking. So...
Backer.
It probably takes about a day or so. There's a lot of work going on from Lime, getting everything set up, but eventually... I imagine you'd all want to meet at the like newly constructed planetary HQ to discuss things.
Yeah, I have all
have
the
like
new
a
maps.
staff meeting.
Yeah, I have all the new maps and that other data pad that we'll probably want someone to look through that is more tech. I'm not a tech person.
Yes.
You know who's good at tech? Is it explosive?
Only if you don't use it right.
Oh god, I hope the data pad's not explosive. He gave me like explosive data pad.
Trapped explosive.
Actually, I probably just transferred the data to my own data slab. That's what I'm assuming.
I have a plus 20 to tech rolls with relation to grenades and explosives, so...
You do. You all make your individual ways to the planet if you're not on the planet, and to the HQ if you aren't at the HQ. It is presided over by... A little look here. Does anyone have a preference for their adjutant?
I think we all said who is ours.
Yeah, I went with Yox. He's the guy that always gets involved with the troops but doesn't do much leadership.
You have that old room? I had a list somewhere for it.
Feel free to put your put a bracket A next to their name in the list, so I know who you're.
And that's who takes over if you're not there, right?
They're more your assistant or secretary almost.
Oh,
They help
assistant,
out
okay.
with administration stuff.
Gotcha. Like usually a sergeant or a staff
Maybe I
sergeant.
use Scriven for that. Like,
I think I'm gonna keep going with Grobe. I think he was the one I had last time.
Yeah, you can designate a 2IC second in command if you like in case of your destruction, but unless any of you go ultimately crazy and frenzied, I doubt you'll be leading attacks on the planets or anything. So
Yeah, our troops are gonna be more so doing it, right?
yeah,
Smithy was my aside before.
Smithy. Okay,
Oh yeah. All of us had a Smith person. Smythe.
you did have Smith,
Smith.
Smythe, Schmidt.
Some of them died though. Some of them I don't think it wait, I think, right?
Well,
None of them
Remember if
made
mine
it.
died or not.
The
we'll
12th
search
still has
mine.
Smythe. He is alive.
Oh, I do. Yes, Smythe. Yeah.
I still
I'm
got
pretty. Yeah, Smith still exists. Smithy
Schmidt is still
and-
there.
Schmidt. Yeah.
Yeah, Schmidt was my trooper. He's still, I think, alive.
All still there?
Yeah, he's not
Nice.
crossed
Oh.
out, so
Oh,
I'm assuming he was. I
actually-
started striking through anybody who died.
I'm gonna keep Scriven as my adjutant because his job is just to do what I tell him. So I just don't tell him to go after Eldar.
Yeah.
Now I remember who Omika is in Alphys. Alpha and
Mhm.
Omega.
Yeah. We'll probably be getting to your troopers, your lieutenants and etc. There might be some promotions in order to fill out because a lot of you are missing majors and captains and lieutenants and like the higher ups because a lot of them died and you had a very few to begin with, unfortunately. So you are now with your adjutants in if you need any like kind of additional info, they're kind of on hand to help you out with things that you haven't learned yet or need. You know, like where's that list of chimeras that we had? It's like, oh, right here, sir. Kind of thing.
I'm
But,
imagining that as we land and gather in the meeting room, it like the finishing touches are being made to it. Like we walk in and someone puts down the table we're gonna be sat at, and other people put the chairs down.
Yeah.
One wall is lifted up into position.
Yeah, it's all still being constructed around you, and again, you're presented with like slightly more detailed maps. So if you need info on like locations and stuff, I
Yeah,
can go a bit
Rickenbacker
deeper
will
into.
plot their maps down and scroll them out and be like,
Yeah.
"This is the maps that they were able to provide for us." And I have information for you all. She kind of waits to like, I don't know how we do data transfers, if we like tap each other's data pads or whatever,
Yeah,
or if I can just like upload it to them all.
yeah.
I send-
Effectively,
I
it'll
send
be
you all the
quickly,
data.
quickly
You see-
transferred and available to you all.
I
You see
happen to
old
have
man
some info.
Primer hitting his iPad on his data pad on a desk like the data's not coming through. I think that this thing's Bluetooth's broken.
Lancaster would pick it up and just be like, "No, like this," and then I'll like do the proper transfer. Like,
Mm.
He just needed to accept it. That's why I didn't.
you just tap right here. It says all the information right on the screen.
Got to remember, Primer's kind of old.
Yeah.
He's got gray hair.
Basically, Primer and Rickenbacker are like not. We're like the parents.
They're like the
Yeah.
boomers, and then
Yeah.
you know we got millennial Lancaster and Lime over here. Like, oh god, what are we doing? These guys are on TikTok now. Like,
Dear.
no,
I was not able to go through the data, so someone can look through it, see if it is good.
I will
I'm a
see
little
that
worried
it is
about-
done.
I'm a little worried about the governor here, but we'll keep an eye on him.
What kind of worried?
I got a feeling.
That
That tonight was going to be a good night.
That too.
Now trying very hard not to sing that.
I
in
got
my
to
head.
sit on the couch for the first time. It was very nice.
noble. Aren't you fancy? A couch. God. My Tuchus could use a little couch.
Well, you
Uh,
could
Or
probably
a
go
pillow.
talk to him in the meeting room and use the couch if you want as well.
Primer, was it Smithy who's your adjutant?
I honestly figured I would change it based on tactics.
Okay.
So like early on, I would think like Sneak, who's good at more recon and information.
Hmm.
And then like later on, it would switch in and out. Like
You have, like, a
Sapper would be it
rotating-
for establishing a base. So like perhaps right now it's
Sneaks in kind of like the. You did promote Sneak to staff sergeant, so he's already in a decent rank to officiate as an adjutant.
yeah, because the other ones are like troopers. So I
Oh,
didn't know
no.
what like rank.
You mostly have troopers.
Well, there's yeah. So basically, in terms of ranks and everything, you are now free to promote and demote as you see fit. You are in command. So if you're like, yo, that dude Benapatch Combedict, I hate that dude. Put him as a trooper and throw him at the planets and
Command
let's see him squish. You
Can
can
you
do
really
that.
though? Isn't Benedict? Isn't he also like a? Oh, he's a captain, right?
He's a
Oh,
lieutenant.
he's the best guy. We should have him talk to people. He'll have them confused about our tactics. Can we combine him with Lime's dude that doesn't know directions?
He died.
Oh no, he.
Oh.
Oh, what do you know?
Yeah,
He died.
He died.
Yo.
But you could send Benapatch Combedict in as an infiltrator as a
Oh no.
as a
You want to
counter
keep him
double
in
agent.
your regiment.
What is
He probably helps
Let's-
recruit people because
What does he do again? What is it? The
really
thing that he
rich.
does?
He's
It's
like
not-
from
It's
he's
not
from a no.
recon. He's going to. Oh, he said he was going to do something.
Oh,
Oh,
I
the-
can't
the
Yeah,
remember.
what
Real
it
God will
is,
know.
but-
There was a lot of things he said, and it all hurt me on a physical level.
it should just be recruit. He should just be put into like the recruitment department.
I know that he said rest and rear action was one of
Rest
his.
and rear action.
rest and rear
yes,
action.
that's it,
he
yeah.
What was
reckoning
the-
is what he does. He like
Oh
Reckoning.
yeah, he went out on a
Reckoning,
reckoning.
yeah.
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 What was the?
He's a
there was
shadow on
also
the wind.
Yeah, shadow in
in
the wind.
I hate it.
Standard bearer. Yeah, he could.
Yeah,
he could be that person.
he's gonna be the standard bearer. Like that's just gonna be.
That's a very respectful
is a
position. though.
respectful
He could
He's
do
a
it really
noble.
well. I think that's the one position he could probably do very, very well because it's an important position, but he doesn't have to talk.
So, as we go forward, the important thing to note is you don't have like conventional. All of your troops are basically a big blob of troops right now. So if you're like, I want to go and let's use Prime as example, to go to that peninsula to invade there and set up. You could be. Let's make 2 companies primarily of veteran forces. We'll put, let me just pull up a couple of names. Alpha Grenadiers. We'll put Lieutenant Volley and Double Time in charge of those. Like promote them to captain, put them in charge of the companies. We'll name them Company X and Company Y and send them over there. And then we'll do a few rolls to see how much in terms of support. You know, you can say, let's give them a detachment of mortars or artillery or tanks or anything, and we can go like deeper into detail on like what exactly you give them if needed, and that is how we are running. You know, this is how you're going to be running the campaign. Is you have a big pool of stuff you can create from, and then send them off to either wage war or complete objectives, or you know, anything along those lines. So you could decide to set up a siege of the city, start surrounding it, or you know, send a small force like a company or so to infiltrate the loyalists and help them out and drop supplies for them, and if they still exist, of course. All of the info that Lancaster got you have received. Everyone, please roll me a Common Law War and Tactica Imperialis if you have it, please. Take
No
a
additions to these?
plus
Or-
10 for both.
3
Not you, Lancaster. You've already rolled. You've rolled enough.
Oh,
It's okay. I didn't add the plus 10 to that one anyway, so.
Okay.
Did you say
am I
Imperial?
rolling? Is it-
or Tactical
Yes.
Imperialis?
Yes, you're all kind of around the table, like currently going over the info you have.
Was
Yeah,
it which?
So.
Both if you
Yeah,
have both.
Lancaster still
Yeah,
has
but
to
what
give
was
us
what
all
were the two? I know
your
one
Oh,
was war,
sorry.
one was
Tactica Imperialis
okay.
under Scholastic Law.
I absolutely
I might
flubbed the
use a fate
war
point
with
here.
a 98.
Oof.
A minus 5.3.
Oh my
but I
God.
got a 1.5 on the Tactic Imperialis.
Bentham,
I'm
get
in-
out of the 90s.
I got an
Maggie still needs to
85
roll
and
war, right?
60. You know what? I'm gonna re-roll my
87, 85,
war.
yeah.
Maggie, you still need to roll war.
I don't have lore. I can't
Well-
roll something I don't have.
It's
No, Tactical
Common Law
Imperialis
War?
and war.
Oh, just war. I thought you said lore.
sorry, no.
Oh, I
War.
didn't add the plus 10 to that. Sorry.
There
oh,
we
these
go.
supposed to plus 10s? Crap.
I didn't add a plus 10 to that last one.
All right, my war became
Okay,
a 0.9
so
instead
that
of a
becomes
failure.
then
Okay.
4.5 for Tactica Imperialis for Rickenbacker, and 1.7 for war for
Yeah.
Rickenbacker. Did you roll?
I
Plus
didn't.
10.
I
No,
didn't do a plus
my
10.
3.5 one is right. I did add
Oh,
a
the
plus 10 to
3.5
that.
is right. Okay, so it's
Yeah, this one
3.5
just
for
needed
Tactica
1 point.
Imperialis and 1.7 for war for Rickenbacker. Then minus
4.3 and 2.5, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, you got it. Okay.
so. Rickenbacker. I did see all of you, aside from Lime on this one. They, the inhabitants of Oscilia, as far as has been able to be told, and the recon on the intel on this is pretty good. They have no means to transport between planets, so it's very unlikely that they're like storing supplies to send over to Katic, which was what Lancaster figured. And
Well, I was quite sure, so
oh yeah, you were very sure.
I was very
Lancaster.
sure. In fact, I was doubly sure.
For
Were you smoking the leaf again, Lancaster?
I would never, and I'm like tucking my pockets in and making sure that I'm set and good.
You didn't drink the tea, did you?
Oh no, we don't partake in the tea. No, not since.
I think that has been banned.
incident.
No tea.
Well, I know Kantic doesn't have any kind of leaves that make weird tea, though I haven't checked. Maybe we should.
As far as you know, they do not.
I look over at Freely and I'm like, we gotta check on their drug situation.
Like we're going. Like we should check on this. They're gonna do it anyway, whether
Yeah.
we tell them not to.
But yes, those of you who succeeded Tactica Imperialis, which is Lime and Rickenbacker, the best you can tell from the shots taken and from the activity, it seems like they are provisioning troops on which they've kind of like disseminated throughout all of the islands. It seems like they're kind of like fortifying the islands and basically making it so that wherever you land, it's going to be a struggle to take it over. Even like the small ice one, like frozen winter ones.
Prepared well for invasion.
Preparing, it seems like.
Yeah, so they send all those troops everywhere, or seems to be provisioning everywhere on the planet, in that little all the islands. So
Exactly as you suspected, Lancaster.
just like I suspected. Yeah,
Well, if they've
definitely.
if they're defending all of the islands, we just might as well just pick the one that's the best terrain for us.
Right.
Out of character.
Yeah.
Our goal is to fix Katic, not Acilia, right?
Your
Full
goal is to deal with the rebels.
Okay.
Reestablish Imperial rule.
Yeah.
Then I guess the question is, do we want to take on these little islands first, or...
Probably start with one of the smaller areas. That way it doesn't take too much effort to take control of the whole landmass, and then you have a complete landmass that you can safely deploy on.
If you ask me, it would seem that Kadak would be the one supplying the other.
Not
And
sure
they are the
anyone's-
more heavily defensed and building up. If we can
Anyone-
handle them first, it seems then we would leave the islanders much weakened.
Is anyone supplying anyone at the moment? We've got the ships to blockade the place of even any small craft, I should think.
No, but they have. They still might be able to be communicating, you know, with astropaths and all that.
This is true. There is
Uh,
confirmation that they do have astropaths. I learned this from the governor.
Lime, I can't remember his rank. I think it's Sergeant Scriven?
He's staff sergeant at the moment.
Staff Sergeant Scriven steps forward and is a little bit twitchy as usual. Sir, I have some thoughts, sir, in regards to Ascilia at the very least, sir.
Go on. Blime
I
is
was-
half expecting rambling about Eldar.
I was thinking we could land down. I'll go to the map so that you guys can see where he's talking about. There it is. I was thinking that we could land down to the south of Tobigton, sir, and then slowly take over that part of the island from south to north, sir. In
Bigton.
Oi, it's down in the southeast.
Of which place? Oh, there we go.
Ascilia.
And once we take over that, we could adjust the land to arable and some food production, sir, which could serve as a base from where we could move out to the rest of the islands and purge all of the Eldar. Just all of them from their islands and throw them off the planet and make sure that they never come back to Imperial worlds again.
Well, if this does end up being the longer kind of slog, then having our own food production would be extremely valuable.
It's
a decent
away
point.
from
Land
them,
is a
sir.
little nicer than what there is out here.
I do not think
That's for
that
sure.
Breaker's Yard is going to be very helpful for us. It appears that the people are having trouble even feeding their own.
Oh.
Well,
They will assist us if we need further.
I have
resources.
some thoughts on Breaker's Yard. And this is sorry, I can't remember who your adjutant is.
Staff Sergeant Grobe. He's
Grove.
the one. I
Right.
keep him with me because he's the one who has the least amount of faith.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to teach him the way.
In terms of Breaker's Yard, and I'm just going, but in sidebar, I'm assuming you would have all informed your adjutants of the intel that has been gathered collectively. So I'm working off that intel.
Yeah, he was with me,
Yeah.
so he knows.
From what you learned from the governor and the people in the transport, the stomach is still churning out resources, but is not being picked up so much anymore. It is possible that we could take over the produce and start working on maybe some small munitions for supplies and etc. And maybe even for salvage and construction of fortifications and this type of thing. Depending on how long the campaign goes, we could even move into proper production of what is needed.
I look to Lime.
I like the idea. If they've,
I mean, it
if
was
they're
supplying
already,
the Imperium.
if they're already out of work because of a lack of contact with the Imperium, well, now we're the Imperium. We will can make use of their factories.
If I may take one step further, our recovery core is not going to be particularly useful until we have set up bases on the other planets, as we will not have the means to recover anything we lose. It is possible we could set them at the task, maybe with a few overseers or anything along those lines. It is a possibility. And Freely like chimes in as well and says, it's true that some of the cores are a little bit thin at the moment. I did mention it before, but it may be worth restructuring how things were from Draco Mal.
Definitely a different situation we're dealing with here.
So essentially,
Out of character, how
yeah.
many numbers of troops do each of us have, so we can kind of figure out how we want to like divvy out, if we want to split up bases, if we want to.
So you have the reinforcements that have joined the fleet effectively. I didn't decide on an exact number because it's a bit too exact for something this broad in scope. What essentially is if you want to form a company, choose your leaders. You can even put some, specialists in there with support companies and etc. And then we'll do a few roles, and based off your roles, it will take away from your
Percentage.
from your manpower
Percentage.
manpower percentage, support equipment percentage, depending what you take and what you form in your company.
Okay, I see.
So you can say kind of like, Sheepy, I'd like to form a company, Alpha Company, led by X with heavy weapons and tank support and transport. And
yeah,
then
so I guess let's first figure out where we want to put all our troops,
Yeah,
and then figure out what companies we'd want to build to best suit that. That makes sense.
Additionally, if you like, although you can leave it how it is, you may kind of mess with and restructure and completely change the rear guard, because they are part of your army. So you
cool.
can, for example, right now the Aeronautica rear guard, the Aeronautica Corps are part of the Imperial Navy, so they will be acting completely independently from you as a group.
Do you want
so
to add rear guard as like a fourth pool group
Yes,
here?
that's
for us?
yes.
That'd be cool. Sweet. So back to
Um,
in character, I guess. Unless you have
I
something else.
love that, by the way.
What?
Rear
That we
guard, we're
could-
gonna mess with you.
I think it's cool.
Which
I
is
love it.
which is why we haven't done any rear guard stuff.
If you're
in the
watching
Discord
and you want to
yet.
be part of the rear guard, you just need to, join us on Discord, which is become a patron.
Primer would chime in too if they're having trouble with people. They can always join the Imperium and they'll get the supplies and food they need. Training, work ethic. The useful members of, well, fighting
They
back.
told me that in regards to Breaker's Yard, they have some security folks who would maybe be able to be helpful for us, but most of them are just civilians.
That's why it's a recruiting effort, not an enlisting.
I don't see a reason with not allowing them to be recruited if we need more troops. Are you in need of more troops?
More troops are always helpful to the Imperium.
We do have the evergreens too, if we need to call upon them. Apparently, they're numerous and
the
dispensable.
cadre as well.
I was more or
Cadre, an
less saying
interesting one, from what I understand.
they're off doing their own thing. We could recruit these and train them here.
Right, but here's my thinking, and this is simply because, well, back on the shore, you know, we get a bunch of scrap coming down onto the planet, and we make use of a lot of random things that come down and whatnot. So we're pretty good with making do with what we have, and well, the stomach seems like a really good place for us to perhaps put some people there and set things up. You know, take over the operation if anything, because it's not like they're really using it at all, are they?
Well, they are having trouble transporting. So if we take on that, that will probably help the city as well.
Right, because then they stay in work, and you know, we give them a purpose, and they help our efforts, and everybody's happy.
Sounds like a team in weapon development, munitions.
And perhaps
you just want to blow
farmers as
things
well.
up, don't you? You need things to blow things up with. Are you going to make the weapons too?
What are you gonna do over at the stomach? Make teacups?
Well, excuse me if you would even try some of the tea, but too late for that.
Back on task.
Did you?
She says that. That's a
so-
Rick mechanism.
Did you do the hand thing?
Yeah.
Lancaster?
Sleep.
Sleep.
So, to give you the current information of
We'll bicker about tea for like an hour.
Oh yeah. Oh, we'll go on.
to give you the current information of where things in the core stand, basically the rear guard. You have all of the cores that were originally there, aside from Soap, also known as UWAT, who have been absorbed by the Mechanicus on the other planet. Your officer core is tattered to the point where it's basically you have your own officers. There's it is what it is. The recovery core is a little bit in the shit with everyone because they refused to fight essentially and weren't part of the final battle on Draco Mal. So there were quite a few executions and etc. The Aeronautica Corps was pretty much destroyed and is now effectively just whatever the Navy has. The Special Forces and Recon Corps were pretty much damaged to the point where they're a shambles. The rest of them, like the Medicaid, the Artillery, the Heavy Weapon Corps, they all exist. What you can, however, do is essentially restructure them. So, for example, if you want to restructure the Recovery Corps, you could fold some of them into the engineers, and the rest of them could go to working upon basically recycling all of the equipment and resources and stuff to on the stomach to like fuel the war effort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, I don't think you're picking up what I'm putting down in character, but what I was saying was basically sending people to the stomach to create factories that create munitions and the weaponry we need for supplies and various stuff like that.
Yeah.
That was between the recovery core and that. And then I was thinking of creating a room where it's like recruitment and training of people that are nearby. That was my other thought for a possible rear guard position, which is why I said the ability to pull people from there because they're struggling, they're not having good working conditions, stuff like that. Well, hey, here's a place you can come and fight in a war and get fed well and get trained and be useful.
Steak for every dinner.
I was really proposing in character.
Yeah.
But I wanted to explain out of character because I felt like that was just being missed.
I missed the entirety of what the last bit of RP because I was writing down all the cores and the
and that was what I was.
My apologies.
Things I subjected.
Okay, so yeah.
I figured the aeronautics corps could then be a part of Navy because there seems to be a lot of water, especially in between the island place and still all around the other big continent around Katik. Those were my
I wanna
thoughts. I
keep
didn't know what you
air,
guys thought
though.
of. I want air support as well.
Yeah, we
But-
definitely need aeronautica. So I think we'll probably want a naval group, though. I do agree.
Yeah, when it
Aeronautica's
comes
gonna have
to
to get remade anyway, right? Like completely.
Yeah, I think
I also recon and spec ops are always good.
when it comes to transporting troops and things between the islands, you probably still want to use aeronautica for the so we move fast enough for the elements of surprise. When it comes to transporting goods, food, and stuff that can go slower, they have the infrastructure. We see the boats in the water, so all we need is people to drive the things, and they'll still have them.
I was more thinking naval bombardment.
yeah, you can surround like the islands,
Do we have
especially if you want to
any
take those on.
Like,
Well,
they have
we have the
ships?
the head of the Navy guy that we talked to. So,
Well,
Are you
that's
talking about, like,
Navy
space
as in
Navy or-
spaceships, yeah.
oh, that's different. That shouldn't be called the Navy.
They're called the Imperial Navy.
Yeah, they
like,
are.
You know, it's apologies.
I don't think
gets-
there's any
yeah.
water navy, unfortunately. It would be really cool though, because then you could have
Yeah.
Imperial ships flying down, and then they open a giant hatch, and like a submarine comes out,
Yeah.
deploys, and does the
40
thing. There should be
40
more of that. It's I feel like
40k
that's-
Submarines
is,
are sick.
Yeah, 40k is weirdly bereft of actual ship, like Navy.
yeah,
uh,
they're missing a
steamship
trick
stuff.
there. I'd buy that model.
Me too.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. You could come up with some crazy, weird water ships.
Hey,
Essentially, I
100
thought of
feet
two
under.
two or three new rearguard things, which is basically like the recruitment and training and the
Munitions, probably.
manufacturing.
Manufacturing core. Okay. That's I think if that's what you want to go with as a name, I like that.
Yeah, we need to make use
Manufacturing
of.
core. Okay.
We need to make use of that scrapyard, pretty much.
Yeah.
Because manufacturing could cover building tanks, building like that, as well as munitions and all that stuff.
For the sake of slight brevity, all of this is being discussed, but let's keep it out of character because it means we don't have to muddy down or like slow down the progress of this.
Right.
So the recovery core. Do you want to fold that in, or would you like to keep the recovery core existing? But
What was the recovery core for again?
tanks, planes, basically getting anything back that was lost. As was pointed out by oh my lord, it's going to take me some time to get back to names. The
Staff Sergeant Grobe?
Staff Sergeant Grobe, as he pointed out, until you have HQs and like a proper base of operations on the other planets, recovery corps basically can't do anything because they're just going to be sitting around.
I mean, it sounds like both of them were like.
They've got nothing to do.
So
Well-
they
Yeah,
can
it
be
sounds
on
like to me
standby.
they're like the munitions engineers and recon then.
They can be,
Yeah.
I think they can be part of it because they're not really going to do much anyway, so they may as well be put to use making things until they need to recover and then fix the things that are recovered or
But-
make more use out of them. Right?
Can we call the manufacturing core the manufacturing and munitions, so they're M&Ms?
Yeah, I like
Go
that.
for it.
Manufacturing
Yeah.
and munitions. Yep.
I like
Okay,
it.
so new core created. We'll obviously after the show, I'll start putting it all together, and then the rear guard will start up. Manufacturing and munition core is going to be dedicated towards recycling and starting up some form of production for like ammunition and etc.
They can also be sciencey. They can come up with new technology.
If you want to,
Don't get heretical in here.
if you want to make
Risky
like a
game.
branch of that.
That's straight up my job.
So yeah, for the recovery, do you want to just fold them off into engineer, like those that don't go into the M&Ms, fold them into like engineers and recon, etc.
Yeah, I think so.
That makes.
Okay.
And maybe like eventually we might decide that we bring them back.
Yeah. You can always like adjust this as we go. So
We make it
Medicaid
an epic
core.
scene. We show up. We're like, we need you back. It's like I've been out of the recovery
I
game
think we
for 3
keep-
minutes.
I think we definitely keep
Medicaid.
Medicaid intact.
Yeah, let's not touch Medicaid.
We have to keep Medicaid intact.
Yeah.
Even if we're
in
not hurt
fact-
right now, we're gonna need it.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Maggie?
No, I was just like, we may want to make sure we put some good people in there.
I still think we need recruitment and training, but I can't think of a good name for that one.
We'll have a think.
We should put
Sign spinners.
we should put
on the road.
Cumberdict in recruitment because he'll like they won't know that what he's saying doesn't make sense.
We're
So
gonna chase away all the people who might have like a tiny bit of knowledge on war.
Or
with him in there.
intelligence.
Yeah.
the
But he is very charismatic and he's a celebrity, so could do that.
On the shore, he's a celebrity.
Yeah, okay, but you know what? He's still a celebrity, like, you know.
the logistics core.
For
We need them definitely, like immediately.
You do. In terms of utility, they won't be useful on the other planets much. And a lot of logistics will probably be taken over by the Navy. Just because, you know, they're going to be ferrying you from planet to planet, supplies and equipment from planet to planet. So
We'll need logistics on Breaker's Yard. We'll need to make sure we're getting our food and fuel supplies and all that kind of thing. I think they'll have plenty to do there until we're landed on other places.
okay. Heavy weapon.
We can
core.
assign like a couple of our vehicles to bring food to the Breaker's Yard stuff, because I know that was another problem they had, right?
Yeah.
So in doing so, people might be like, oh, they're helping us, and they might join us in our recruitment efforts.
So it turns into help. They're helping.
Yeah. Help, they're helping you.
Heavy weapons core. I imagine you don't want to adjust them at all.
Yeah, I
but
think we need that. I don't know.
their
I
roles
didn't
were
hear you.
so all over the place.
we still need them. We don't really know what we're up against other than we know we're gonna need to take out some artillery. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
Heavy weapons cores, like fixed emplacements, anti-tank, anti-air, mortars, etc.
we're gonna need anti-air. Or anti-space.
Anti-space.
Whatever. Well, the stuff that the anti-aircraft.
Yeah, they have anti-space. We need to anti their anti-space.
Exactly. It's Bentham's picking up what I'm putting down.
yeah.
I think anti-space is space.
The artillery armor cores, I imagine, like the heavy weapons, you probably don't want. You could maybe get you could go for like a support or transport core to separate from the armor, because the armor core on Draco Mal was dealing with transport as well, like transporting troops, etc. Again, that may fall down more to the Navy at this point, because there's very likely going to be a lot of moving from planet to planet, and then also using the Air Force for transport.
It's gonna be so difficult for me to remember the Navy as space.
So I just don't want to stretch the Navy too thin, though. Like, at what point are they going to be?
They're not going to be that involved in the fighting, aside from the Air Force.
Right.
By the way, I thought of the word for the recruitment and training one. Muster.
Muster.
Ah,
And then the whole load of them could join up, be like,
I
mustard?
love-
We haven't
I
had
love-
mustard for you.
I love them. Well, that's gonna get a whole
It's
bunch
either-
of the 12th in there and be like, oh, mustard. Oh, haven't had.
It's either that or rally.
I think
I like
must.
rally.
I like. Well, I would say muster is more kind of like we muster the troops.
Yeah,
It's-
because
it's more
you gather
applicable.
them and it's for
It's
train.
just not
for
a pleasant word.
You don't like the
Oh.
word
It
muster?
sounds
I
like
love mustard.
mustard.
What
No.
one
I also
one,
don't like the word musk.
one thing you could do because of what happened last season the Signal Corps was running propaganda, so it could be the muster and propaganda for recruitment and etc. So you could kind of like fold that all into one core to and it could also like keep the people of Breaker's Yard especially, but also as you're taking over the planets, you want the populace to be happy. So propaganda is great for that.
What about
Oh
we
yeah,
could
we're
do
gonna be making some
armament?
propaganda.
Yeah.
Sorry, what'd you
I
say?
guess that would be.
Tyler?
I'm trying to think of what would fit like recruitment and training as one word though. So I get what you're saying.
Draft.
Yeah, but it's not. It's I don't want to use draft because draft is like enlisting,
Mm.
the enlistment corps, conscription. I'll keep looking.
Public relations.
Mustard and pepperoni core. Is the mustard and propaganda core. That's mustard and pepperoni. I don't know. Ew, that sounds actually really not great.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know
for-
if that's
if
a
you-
good combo or not because I don't know. I've never had mustard.
Guess if it's like in a sandwich, maybe with other stuff. Sounds like
So what I'm gonna
I'm
call the core
German,
for
I like
now.
mustard.
I'll call the core propaganda and muster because it sounds like a meal. You know, like propaganda with some mustard. Almost.
Yeah.
Um,
pepperoni.
Ooh,
Sure.
what about the calling corps?
calling core. Well, yeah,
I like that. I like that more. That sounds cool.
Because it works for recruitment and it works for training in a sense.
Yeah.
It's gotta sound cool because people want to be a part of it, you know?
Yeah.
So the calling corps will operate under propaganda, recruitment, and all things in terms of like public relations, like that type of thing. So they'll be dealing with like recruitment from the Breaker's Yard and also population suppression, you know, keeping them happy and not like revolting anymore once you take over areas. Okay, I like that. The Recon Corps and the Special Forces you obviously want to keep.
Yeah.
If you want to make any adjustments to any of these, please let me know.
Where are you putting these?
We
'Cause
call
I
it
don't
the
see them in our
12i
doc.
core.
That you
they're
gave us.
they're at the bottom.
They're at the bottom? I don't see them. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like part of the Lightfoot section.
The roles are going to change a
well,
little bit
I
for the
can-
recon and special forces, especially with the special forces. Instead of being like
Yeah.
sneaky through the jungle, I mean there is jungle, but probably more like infiltration, and we
Yeah.
bring in
Yeah.
the cavalcadre and
I mean,
Use
like
them for
there's a
little bit.
lot. There's a lot you can do with recon
Ooh.
and special forces, like supply disruption, ammo dump, sabotage.
Wow, there's a lot of stuff for rear guard to be part of.
Yeah,
Y'all
What
are gonna
is-
be busy.
The double O. It's the double O corps. They're secret agents.
Very cool.
Oh.
If you like, you could fold the recon and special forces together.
You are gonna
No,
have to
I
name
think they
your
serve
companies too,
different
Tyler.
purposes.
So
They do.
My companies. I'm talking about. What do you mean?
yeah, no, I'm just saying you get to
Oh,
name your
you gotta
companies
be-
too.
Like for the name.
Yeah.
I think recon and special forces are good because
yeah, I think
Yeah.
like keep them named as they are, but like the roles shift a bit because recon's now going to be doing some space recon, and it's different because we're reconning people in an established city,
Yeah.
not Tyranids in a jungle.
They're going to
Yeah.
be drone pilots and they're going to be double O agents.
I think the difference is that recon is like scouting kind of, and looking for stuff, and then special forces is like we send them in to do a specific task. Like their
Mm.
job is to do
Yeah,
the thing.
but
Yeah.
now,
They're
now instead
the,
of being like forward deployment into like Tyranid infested and doing some mission, it's like they're gonna disguise or they're gonna like be on the outskirts of bases and disrupt them somehow.
Blowing up roads to prevent supplies from reaching
Yeah,
sections.
that
Destroying-
would
Yeah,
be, that would be a
the
great
1-4 could get
example.
involved. Yeah, there's,
Destroying bridges, hijacking trucks,
Mhm.
Assassinating leaders.
officers. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot
Mhm.
that the recon and special forces can do. Engineer and signal corps. Obviously, we've talked about the aeronautica corps, but the engineer and signal corps. I think again their jobs may change slightly, but I don't think you need to specifically adjust anything unless anyone has thoughts.
Well, just the Signal Corps specifically, what do they do?
The Signal Corps is communication, and they were propaganda, but
I would keep Signal has
Communication?
communication and propaganda. I think Calling Corps is recruitment and training.
Yeah.
In training, yeah.
so.
okay.
I'm just wondering though, wouldn't Signal fall under the Navy as well?
It can do. The thing is that on the ground, the Signal Corps can intercept enemy transmissions, and there's like electrovox warfare and that type of thing as well. So it can be quite useful as a corps. Although you could fold it into special forces, for example.
No,
Yeah,
I think
'cause-
I
we could
wouldn't
keep
do
it.
that.
What, Maggie, you,
Mm-hmm.
oh no, was it either Maggie or Tyler said something about splitting them and putting them in, like special forces or whatever?
Oh, special forces and recon are separate. They're two different things.
Yeah.
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 But yeah, so we're now thinking Signal Corps is communication and propaganda, and then there's also the recruitment and training one.
Mhm. I put it on there so we know which one's which.
Okay. Makes sense to me. Cool.
Because the names might not be as telling.
Yeah.
So
In that case, we have a rear guard who will be.
that's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Go through it. Let's just talk, like, name them off one more time.
Okay, so we have the Medicaid Corps, who obviously will be saving lives and being medics. We have the Logistics Corps, who will be supplying and running supplies, basically keeping you all in ammunition and food. The Heavy Weapon Corps is responsible for blowing things up that are dangerous, like armor, tanks, and stuff. And also heavy, suppressive fire, mortars. We have the Artillery Corps, which is responsible for shooting your own troops. We have the we have the Armor Corps. Hey, come on. They did way too much of that last season.
That was good.
No, the Artillery Corps is
To
basically...
be fair, they were given the wrong locations, so
Sometimes.
That was just
sometimes they just missed.
Sometimes they just missed.
Oh no.
We have the Armor Corps, who are responsible for everything tank and ground transport. The Recon Corps, who is responsible for reconnaissance, spotting enemy units, maneuvers, everything along those lines. The Engineer Corps, who is responsible for defenses. Probably they will also take up like sieging type stuff, like digging tunnels under walls and trying to break bunkers and things like that. Probably along with the heavy weapons a little bit, but the Signal Corps for communications, electrovox warfare, which is basically electronic warfare, and propaganda. The Special Forces, which is responsible for disruption, counterinsurgency. One thing you may want to consider in the future, depending on what's happening on Katik, is they could be good at going in to help the resistance on Katik if they still exist.
That's a good idea too. And maybe like rescue them to like get them out. That'd be
Or
cool.
just keep them supplied and resisting, because
That's true. Depending on the circumstances for
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Also, I want to mention on the propaganda side, we can actually make some posters and some cool stuff. So
Ooh.
Oh.
let's keep an eye out on
Okay,
the stuff that we
okay.
come up with throughout the campaign.
There were
got
some
our
good ones. There were
artists
some
locked
good
down.
ones from last.
Oh
last
yeah, I'm
season.
so sad. But now we can take advantage of that now.
I reject wholeheartedly the Culinary Corps, but it's a good idea. Someone in chat-
Wow,
Oh, that's
So-
so
someone in chat
good.
said-
I like that.
They'd probably be
that-
part of logistics.
That's
though.
that's logistics.
Yeah.
Until
What
we
do you
land.
mean?
until
That
we
is
land on
most
other planets.
definitely a special forces,
The-
okay?
Or
We could we could establish a culinary corps that does the farming and coming up with better meals once we establish a
and-
base.
yeah, no,
Would you
if we
eat
do-
them? Would you eat them, Primer?
If we do take that,
If they're
farming land on
considered
Acilia-
military food, yes, we would
Oh,
eat
if we
them.
make it the new rations, yeah.
Yeah.
Then
Oh.
Rickenbacker would eat it.
The 21st
They're
eat
efficient
whatever
about
they're issued with. So if it's like
Oh,
Yeah.
Don't put me in charge of that at
The
all.
21st and the
anyone.
Iron Brigade are like the most like lawful people.
Well,
They're like,
all right, Sheepy. So we don't have a culinary core yet. We'll just say
Yeah.
that.
If there's enough, interest in a culinary corps, I
We'll see.
personally will petition to make sure it happens.
We have to establish
I'll put it
what
as a bulletin.
Lime's Eldar friend
Core.
talked about with making that food thing there.
Yeah. If
Point of
we
order,
land
he's
on
not
Acilia,
an
then-
Eldar.
It's
I-
an Eldar. His Eldar guy. That's
No,
what I was.
I added it there for you.
he's
Dan.
not.
I
He's
do
not
love-
an Eldar. He's just
I do love
crazy
the name.
and things.
I think he is
the-
an Eldar.
The Apple Core is
Apple.
probably the best
Oh
name
my god.
Yes.
That's
Oh,
for a
great.
God.
culinary core. That is
Seconded.
so key. I love that.
That's a.
But for
that's a
real,
good
if
one.
people talk about it in the Discord, if you really, really want one, I will make sure I will harass Sheepy.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Here we go. When we establish this base, it all relies on Lancaster's cooking role.
Oh, fuck.
Ooh.
No. Oh, fucking hell.
Oh,
Ooh.
I
like the way
that
you
idea.
think, Tyler.
That's fun. He's not gonna give
Um,
her any benefit to rolling if that's the case.
Well, I have a cook. I can literally cook with the cook.
The cook
Right?
stayed back to feed the
No!
Mechanicus.
Yeah, he didn't die yet, so.
He's with me. I promise. Oh,
Flat
jeez.
Haggerty got hit with a flying spoon and
Flying
hemorrhaged out.
Just
so
like,
yes.
well, never mind.
So
The chat has no face.
Hold on. But
Everyone's
Sheepy has to adjust the roll based on the level of interest for the culinary core.
Ooh, okay.
Oh.
Sorry,
Yeah.
just to finish off the cores, the rear guard. We have the engineer corps, the signal corps, communication propaganda, special forces, aeronautica corps, who are going to be part of the Imperial Navy, and basically, similar to how the cavalcadre would work, you'll have to request and go through channels for air support, but it's still perfectly possible, and they'll have more than you had on Draco Mal, which was not much. Manufacturing and Munition Corps, otherwise known as M&M, and the Calling Corps, who are recruitment and training. So that'll be the setup for the beginning of this campaign, at least. If you figure out something that you need to turn into a core, to turn into your support, you can do it as we go, because we will be having multiple HQs as we go through the campaign.
I love the idea of the calling core actually affecting the PCs in the future of how well their stats could be.
I will consider that. That's a very interesting idea.
Uh-oh.
Can I also say that the cavalcadre is basically how cavalry is spelled in my head, and I have to rearrange the letters
I mean, it's
every time?
it's a play off cavalcade and cadre.
Oh fuck!
Yeah.
I'm never gonna. I'm gonna spell it like cavalcade
true.
and all this other shit.
We have
Oh,
the
God.
cavalcadre, and they're good for which stuff?
Well, the cavalcadre aren't rear guards. They're another
they're not rear
regiment.
guard,
you
they're
can call
separate,
them.
yeah.
They're a
Right, right.
regimen.
And same with the Evergreen Legion. The Evergreen Legion is basically, as we said at the beginning of the show, basically just a mass of bodies. They are infantry with support, and there's a lot of them. So if you feel that's needed, you can call them in. Obviously, there'll be repercussions in terms of for your characters being in command and not being able to handle it. Same with the cavalcadre. The cavalcadre is like special forces on speed, basically. Like they're infiltratey, they're blowy uppy, they're electrovox warfare, they're very fun time, although not for the enemy.
They're masters of disguise, which is fun.
So I think that's the rear guard done with. I don't feel like I think probably the calling corps would be like effectively what the officer corps would be doing. Aside from that, I don't think there's, unless any of you want to maintain the officer corps, but you have your pools, you have your officers. they're going to be off doing their things. I don't think the rear guard will really be. I don't think there should be rear guard roles for the officers in this instance, because you have your own pool of officers and everything.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Obviously, the corps themselves will still have, captains and lieutenants and etc. But okay, so wow, we're just burning through this episode, aren't we?
Yeah.
Flying
Where'd it go?
by.
It's so long.
I know.
I've been-
Whenever you said it was lunchtime already, or break time, I
Yeah,
call it
yeah.
lunchtime, but break time, I was like,
4:30
really
already?
already?
What the
Every time we play this game, I feel like the time just freaking passes by.
Did we
I'm-
just take a break?
Yeah, I thought so, but apparently it was an hour and a half ago. I'm really enjoying this. As I said, we can carry on the HQ next episode, and because obviously the first one's going to be the longest. We're getting everything set up and everything.
Yeah. Averagely, our HQs will be like 1 to 2 episodes.
It'll probably be one episode after this first HQ.
Yeah, we gotta get up to the point where we actually deploy some troops somewhere so that the guests have something to do.
Yeah.
Well,
Which I think will be next episode, right?
Next episode will probably be.
We'll have the time.
I think we're going to be deploying a lot of troops in a lot of places.
Yeah, but
so.
when it happens,
Yeah.
it'll happen.
Oh, yeah.
In that case, if you'd like, you can move from the organization of the rear guards to the organization of your regiments.
That makes sense.
And kind of figure out, and you can talk tactics between each other as well, like where you might go and might
So
want to
that's
do.
what I want to know first, because
Yeah.
that's going to be how I set up my troops, because my troops are probably going to be the ground troops with you guys, and maybe if we have an option for tanks, I might take tanks for some part of it. But so just so I understand, we're going to go up here and situate some people in the stomach, right?
That will be the manufacturing and munition.
We're going to do
corps
rear guard there.
set up
Okay.
there, yeah.
And then were we wanting to go to Acilia and kind of situate down here, Bentham? And
I do like that idea. I think
Here.
that is good.
I think that's what your trooper was saying, right?
What is the brown
I think
land
establishing
in Acilia?
here is good because that's the food place that your
Yeah.
person
Hmm.
said.
It's,
I know.
It's mostly plains there, so it's all clear land, and there's some urban like cities, but they're not like the gray areas like Osterreich on the left, or to the west is like this type of stuff here. That's all like urban, so there's suburbs and there's buildings all over the place. There's not much clear land.
What's the brown though in the lower part of the eastern continent?
Mountain, right?
That is tundra.
Oh, tundra.
Okay.
It's tundra to frozen tundra.
Yeah, it's
Right,
effectively like taiga tundra, so it's like frozen forests and then like just frozen land and then just ice.
And then the more northern stuff is open plains and stuff.
Yes, the kind of I'll just ping it there.
And we'll
This
have
kind of area
resistance.
is-
We'll have resistance here. We already know that there are
Yeah.
troops being put on all these islands.
They're
The
ready for us to
majority of
land
the
anywhere.
resistance
So
is in the urban
The-
areas.
The islands will be tricky because you've got like jungle islands and desert islands and mountainous like icy islands, and they're all going to be
1-4 is ready.
Yeah, they're all going to be fortified, obviously, and they're all going to be ready for you. So getting an HQ set up somewhere with maybe some food production is a pretty good early shout, because you can take your time a little bit with going after all the rough terrain
And then I think-
islands and
Alternatively, on Caddic, on that continent,
oh,
maybe
here.
something along this side is actually better, because we know we have some loyalists with Vandy's reconnaissance.
We saw
Um,
that there was a combat that happened there. Whether there are
Yeah,
people
and
there
there
or
might
not.
Yeah.
possibly be some survivors that we could help and assist.
My argument
land
though
somewhere there.
is that this is more easily defensed because they literally have to walk through here. Think the movie 300. If you can keep them in a narrow area.
the one problem you'll have with that is the heavily jungle and forested area.
Well, that's why we have the 1-4 with the anti-plant grenades.
Yes, and it will also depend. It will depend on the rear guard and their tree clearing, like engineers.
I
and
do
et
like
cetera.
this position because
We
it is
still
also
have
close to
those?
these mountains,
Yeah,
and then we get like a high ground if we can.
it is.
If we
it
can
is
take
the
this
most
eastern side, yeah.
Yeah, there's Okay, so could you all roll Tactical Imperialis for me, please? This goes a bit further than war. This is probably into tactics.
Any modifiers or no?
Take a +10 because of the recon and the assistance from the governor.
Wait, I don't have Tactica Imperialis.
Yeah, sometimes you don't. Fuck.
I rolled a
Halfway.
33 against my 55 for a
mind.
2.2.
Do I use my last fate point for this episode, guys?
Do it.
I mean, there's
Do you
barely
say-
any
do you say we
episode
get a
left
benefit?
all of a sudden, so
Yeah. I did
No
it.
bonuses to this roll?
10.
+10.
Plus 10. Okay.
I mean, am I gonna have to roll again?
Minus 2.6.
Okay. I mean, Lime did get some insight into the terrain and whatnot.
Yeah, I'll
Up
hold
to
off
you.
for
If
now
you
if
want
Lime got it.
reroll, go for it.
I'll save my reroll for if we have to roll something afterwards.
So,
Yeah.
Lime, your idea, Primer's idea of like a distraction upon the urban area where all the defense, planetary defenses are, would work really well. If you go to the far west, so I'll ping it on the map for you, kind of around this type area. You have some savanna and desert there, like a little bit, but mostly it's open plains all the way to Katik with some cities and whatnot. If the loyalists exist, you can link up with them and catch some of Katik's forces if they're still attacking the loyalists. You can catch some of the rebels who are trying to attack it, kind of on the western side, and also have like a clear advancing area. While that's happening, you could then, once you're kind of like on the ground and got a secure like front open, you could send in a smaller force to establish like on the peninsula and set up a kind of defensive HQ type thing over there, and then start operating from there as well.
So my argument with that strategically, I know you just gave us that information, is that basically gives Katik a straight line of sight to where we are the entire time because it's plains.
It is. It's also quite a long distance. So
Right.
And I mean, it is a long enough distance that like the curvature of the planet comes into play, presumably.
Yeah,
so, like,
that's
Right.
That's another piece of information. Is like the least exposed you'd be on an initial invasion and landing would be on that, like because it's further away
Okay.
from the.
That's
the
fair.
urban.
That's fair. That
Um,
would make sense to do that and then establish on the other side, because then if their focus is knowing we're over here, having something smaller over here is, yeah.
It
I
would,
feel
it
like
would be
apply-
good for a more like infiltration, secondary front.
And we can get all our sea ships from the Navy to go in and land on that shore
Uh-huh.
Well,
Sure. Can you point
the-
that out again?
The other
right here.
Yeah, okay.
the other useful thing about the peninsula is you'd only need a smaller force to hold it because it's not as big a like area.
And then you.
Oh,
you,
and if
you
they
literally-
come from the land, like there's that tiny little strip.
you can
the-
legit do 300 if it's a small
Oh,
force
yeah.
defending it.
Primer, can you roll me I'm gonna say common law war, but let me look at your other skills in case there's anything else that.
I mean, I'm able to roll war and fellowship because it's a higher score.
Yeah. I would say yes, war would be the thing to roll.
No modifiers?
Honestly, on this one, actually no, +20. For reasons which we'll go into after you've rolled them.
I think I know. I rolled a 20,
Whoa!
Nice.
which
Crap,
is a
that's
5.8.
Nice.
Okay. What could actually be a very viable tactic for the 21st because of their origins and the fighting they've been doing is you could like land, set up very basic HQ like dotted around that peninsula and run guerrilla warfare out from the jungles and forests without clearing them, and you could effectively like strike in because that jungle, that forest goes all the way to the edge of the.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I
So-
really
Yeah.
like that location.
Yeah. So that could be a very good like guerrilla warfare like setup there.
I imagine who would I put in that area? I
Oh
wonder.
God, who do you wait? Who do you have? Oh no.
I have ambush. I have sneak. I have
Oh God, you do, don't you?
flanker and crossfire.
So are there any other landing? I think this is where we're settling. I put it on the map, so let me know if that all looks right. Is our goal
For Kazik?
for all of them? I put our locations that we're thinking about
yeah.
dropping and kind of settling
Yeah.
in as their
Oh, okay.
HQs. And then I
Well,
put the
Lime-
manufacturing one.
Lime was thinking that the main force for the Katik landing should be on the west coast, and then move up to where the loyalists might be.
I'll
And then-
ping it. So basically, kind of like
Yeah.
this.
So more here for our
area.
HQ.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
establish there, then you don't have to worry about anything behind you, particularly. Then you can move
So the other
forward,
one is the
find out if the
guerrilla warfare.
loyalists are there or not. Whether or not they're there, establish a line there, because it's a good spot. And then
That way we
start
can, like,
applying
pinch
pressure
them a little
to the city itself. Maybe try and
Mm.
set up a siege. And then if
I would
you're able to
imagine-
draw enough of their attention, then the forces on the other side can also begin a siege, and eventually you can just have the place surrounded and go from there.
And Lime, by the way, based upon your Tactica Imperialis role, you're going to need all of your current regiments at least to deal with Oscilia. Like once you start moving out, the Iron Brigade are going to be really useful in urban combat because they're close quarters. They've got good defenses. They got like the equipment like shotguns and etc. The more open areas will be really useful for the 12th because they're very skirmishy, very mobile. The jungle areas like jungle islands and stuff, especially the 21st, are going to be great there. And then obviously your regiment can deal with most terrain very, very well. So you're going to be needed down there as well.
Yeah, the way I'm
so that's
imagining
some
it with
info
the
for you there.
1-4 is that everywhere we're building a base, there's going to be 1 or 2 companies of 1-4, but then everything left is going to be on Oscilia dealing with the terrain.
Dealing with the
wackiness.
different islands and yeah.
Yeah. I imagine on the peninsula thing, I have a set group of 21st that I'm thinking of for defending it, blockade being one of them. And then I was gonna say 12th Lightfoot could be there useful there too, with the 21st doing recon and paying attention. Like I could see special ops slipping in from that side, recon being in on that side, because we literally would be able to infiltrate through the forest.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely think that the 12th would be key on recon. Like they're at the beginning and kind of the end, you know. They're almost like the bookends. Like we start off trying to get the information, and then once there's actually a battle, then we go in and actually like fight, you know, especially on the plains.
Do you have a preference for like obviously we'll execute it and take it further next session, but do you have a basic idea, like do you want to go for Oscilia first or Katik or both? You know, like is there a way you guys are leaning?
Seems like we're gonna land in multiple places.
I like the idea of both, though maybe that's having your cake and eating it.
I mean, you have 4 regiments and you have a good like pool of manpower to draw from your regiments, and then you have some reserves as well, which
Maybe
you
we
can call on.
maybe we focus on the headquarters down here and the headquarters up here, and then obviously the manufacturing stuff, which is going to be our other people.
Yeah.
And then once we solidify there, we have the guerrilla warfare split off.
The guerrilla
That way,
warfare
like
will-
in case we realize that like we're already split too thin with 2 places, that we aren't spread out too far. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. It will be a smaller operation with the guerrilla warfare. The only problem with that, like, let's call it infiltration, is once they're down, it's going to be harder to get them off.
Yeah, to
So,
extract them.
like if they
Yeah.
get discovered or if they start running operations in the area.
My worry is that
Um,
if we do need to extract them, there's not going to be a way for us to do that initially if
I mean,
we're
the
all
20,
spread out.
the 21st, I imagine, are pretty used to sacrificial
Sticking
gambits.
it in, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so then from a priority standpoint, it looks like the HQ on Caddick, the HQ on Ascalia, and like all 3 HQs are going to be like directive number 1.
Yep.
And then directive number 2 will be warfare and the scrap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That seems, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say the 21st are probably going for the establishment of on Ascaria, more so than probably Caddick more so because there's more jungle there.
Yeah.
And then secondary is Ascaria.
There's some jungle. It's mostly forests, but similar
Yeah.
terrain.
Ascaria.
Wooded area.
Ascalia.
Ascalia. Gosh, I always say
said
R's instead of
Ascaria.
L because Ascaria sounds. It's what I think of, and I don't know what it's from, but I just think of Ascaria.
I think of Osgiliath because that's the city
Mm.
from Lord of the Rings.
So finally, would any of you like to go over your troops, your new guys, your old guys, start promoting, demoting,
please.
etc. So let's kind
I have
of
a demotion in mind.
Ooh.
Do we have-
No, I'm kidding.
So
I'm
this
not-
is a
I'm not
question
gonna
for
demote.
Maggie and Bentham. Do we have the old Discord channel that we had everything pinned on? Because I had a lot
This
of
is-
stuff
this is
saved
the
in there.
same
Yeah,
that I
this is
can't
the same
find.
one.
We
it's
just
not been
renamed it.
renamed.
yeah,
Oh, it
it's
is?
it's
Okay.
I can actually give you the link because I think I have it up. Somewhere.
Okay, if it's the same
right
one, then
there.
that's fine. It just
Yeah,
I was
it's-
confused whether it was or not.
There's the
But he
the-
gave a new one.
There's the document in the link in the pinned.
Yeah, I
Well,
pinned
Well,
the,
the
old
ones I had
document,
pinned
too.
previously aren't there anymore.
So
Should all be there.
the one,
I
the
see it.
second one down that I pinned in the Discord channel, is
You don't
sorry,
see the old doc?
the third one down, like the Google Doc one.
Yeah,
I think
it's
that's
this
the one you're looking for.
Tyler, is the old doc that we were working on.
Yeah.
But now we
Okay.
have a new one.
Yes. But it does have info that you jotted down on some of your troops.
Yeah,
Like
there was the
details
numbers
about
and
them.
different stuff like that.
Oh, I wrote that all in a different notes for myself.
I-
but yeah.
Yeah, Sheepy and I had a shared doc about the numbers.
You did. So what we'll do is we'll go around from the 1-4 to the 21st to the 12th to the Iron Briggs. Just pick out a couple of names and we'll do some rolls and we'll see what you can learn about your troops, your new troops, and then we can talk about promotions and demotions.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's true.
etc.
I have some new captains and lieutenants that I've never heard of before.
You do.
Hmm.
So we'll start off with the 1-4.
Right.
Lieutenant Colonel Redcap Lime.
We've got a whole bunch of lieutenants.
Yep.
Some names I kind of recognize, some I don't. I can just start going through them. Who's Keneally?
Keneally.
That one doesn't ring any bells.
Let me pull up my details. Okay. Is he a new guy?
I think so. I don't recognize him.
Oh, Keneally's a lieutenant. He died, and I put him on there
Oh.
accidentally.
Never mind. Baron.
Uh,
I recognize that name, but I don't think I really knew much about them. I think they were pretty good, though, at the job.
Let me take Keneally off there. Apologies.
Do I have notes on Baron? I might.
Baron.
I listed him as a
is
combat
a-
leader.
Yes. He is an epitomus combat leader. He's not especially good at the logistics, the moving, the anything like that. But if you put him in charge of something and give him a target, he will maneuver, assault. He will attack and attack, or defend and defend until he is done.
Yeah, give him a promotion. Let's make him a captain. I reckon he might be good to be in charge of the 1/4s. Fighting on Acilia.
Okay. Baron is now a captain. Okay.
Now there's Easton, and I gave him an acting lieutenant position. He's defensive.
No, he's not.
Isn't he?
Sorry, I was being defensive. It's all right.
He didn't
It's
see
all
your
right.
expression. He only heard what you said because
It's already been a long campaign. It's fine.
I'm just sifting through names.
Yeah.
Like I've got it written down as that. Did I get it wrong? I don't know. I don't know that there's going to be much defending this. I mean, at some point will be counterattacked, I'm sure. So we'll have to play
Invariably,
that.
you know.
I'll leave him where he is for the moment, but he
Okay.
seems like, I mean, he was an acting lieutenant already. We'll make him a full lieutenant. We'll get rid of the acting part.
If you want to get additional information about anyone, we can do a couple of like inquiry type things, which it'll be command roles for you guys.
Yeah, all right. Well, yeah, I'll ask around about Baron and Easton, and like particularly in their cases, and also the case of actually Godfrey and Dunn as well.
Godfrey and Dunn.
How they all did in the closing battles.
Okay. Roll
after I
me
gave them the promotions.
roll me 2 commands, please.
All right.
1 with +10.
Interesting. Okay, first one. This is with the +10.
Oh my
Second
god.
one without the +10. That's a 5 with the first one, so crit success
crit.
6.1, and the second one is merely a 20 for 3.6.
I'm gonna have to hire the cavalcadre to assassinate you, just to deal with your. Like, I already roll badly. Ready?
I'm liking my dice this campaign. This is good.
The thing is, Bentham, why on the +10 do you decide to crit 5, whereas
It
on
would
the
have
other
been
one
the
you
other way
don't?
around,
Like you
yeah.
just
Why
yeah.
So it was Baron,
Baron, Easton, Dunn, and Godfrey, all the lieutenants.
Easton, Don, and Godfrey. Okay, so Lieutenant Baron actually started as a lieutenant. He was an addition to your company
I
towards the
inherited
end.
him.
He did a really good job in terms of the fighting. Since then, he has made multiple mistakes, through like being taken to where you are now. But that was all administrative mistakes.
Right, yeah.
Like,
okay. So don't give him a data slate. He'll just break it.
No, he accidentally thought there was like 20 more people than there actually were, and they disappeared, and then he got confused. All that type of thing. But when he was in combat, he was impressive in terms of like the men respect him, they follow him, and to a certain degree, they'll die for him. So,
All right.
a respected combat leader is the best way I'd describe him, with very bad admin skills.
Okay. Just make sure to play to his strengths. Put him wherever there's fighting happening.
Sergeant Dunn. His full name is Sergeant Job Dunn. You may remember him from that. He gets the job done. Anything you put him to, he will work to the hardest he can, and he will do it. He doesn't shine in any area at all. And he's not exactly intelligent. He originally started as a sergeant. But due to necessity, he was promoted to, I believe, acting lieutenant. There should be an acting there.
Right, yeah. Last I saw was staff sergeant, but yeah, we needed lieutenants.
Yeah. the best you can say about him is he's a good NCO. In terms of officer material, he's not bad, but he doesn't excel at anything.
Yeah, he can keep his acting position, and I'll look for potential replacements.
Okay. Lieutenant Easton was originally a sergeant. He was basically the core of what held on your part of the line in the trenches on Draco Mal. You haven't had the chance to see him in any other role other than defensive, so you don't know how he'd perform. But administratively, he's decent. Logistically, he's decent. He doesn't take risks. He had the largest kind of survival rate in his platoon. So, but yeah, you haven't seen him in any offensive capacity, so you can't really make any judgments on that. And the other one was Godfrey.
Yep.
From what
he's really gone up in the world. Was he?
He was a corporal.
Yeah, no, he's been skyrocketed to his position.
From what you know, he has a decent ability to defend, but that's because his real like strong point is taking bunkers and forts and defensive positions. He knows how he would assault them, so he tends to have an idea of how to counter attacks. But where he's best is like assaults and attacks.
That's good to know, because we probably are gonna have bunkers to clear. He might actually, he'll be useful in probably the cities of Vasilia then.
Okay. Well, we'll move on to the if you want to make any like promotions or demotions, just make a note of them in the doc.
The problem right now is I gotta find me some lieutenants that are good at scouting and building, you know, the thing that the 1-4 are known for. I've got a bunch of people good at things that aren't my theme.
Next time you can check out the new recruits.
Yeah, I'll have to do some shopping around.
So Primer, the 21st are up next.
Yep. How many promotions do I get?
You can promote or demote as much as you like. In terms of information, we'll go through a couple each.
Sure. Double time's going to captain, at least.
Feel free to change them as you go, by the way.
I think ambush is also probably going to go to captain.
Okay.
I like how cautious ambush is, as well as like being aware of his surroundings and doing stuff like that. So I really like ambush in that sense, especially on a planet like this, and giving certain things that were said earlier.
You do have major as an option as well.
Yeah.
It is a high position, so
there's also a major that I'm going to inspect.
Okay.
I am obviously going to put Bulwark. Bulwark's getting a promotion as well, as much as the Lightfoots will hate that. He was my main man in a lot of different ways. So he's moving up to lieutenant.
Nice. Congratulations, Bulwark.
Flanker is also going to move up to lieutenant to work underneath ambush.
Okay.
Because they work really well together. I like keeping blockade where he is.
A lot of those staff sergeants there are like.
Sneak is gonna jump up. I know he's my adjutant right now.
Yeah.
But he's gonna jump up to a lieutenant.
Adjutants can be lieutenants as well. Like staff sergeant, lieutenant is generally where you find an adjutant. Do you want some info on any of your troopers?
Yeah, I'm moving Repeater to a staff sergeant though.
Ooh, okay.
I feel like he's earned that.
I like that you're risky in like continually promoting double time.
Yeah.
Double time's double times the double crit or double fail, basically. Like,
Yeah.
he hasn't failed yet. Weirdly, I don't think.
No, he has. He
okay.
has. It's just been in ways where it isn't that painful to
Isn't
fail.
as bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
So would you like information on any of your troops?
Yes. Please, can I roll for? Just because the name, I really want to roll for Crackpot.
Okay. Your staff sergeant. Yeah.
How many do I get to pick here?
Let's go with 3.
Okay. Deadfall.
Okay.
Probably.
It's also interesting the ones you pick.
Counter.
Okay.
Maybe I don't go with Crackpot. He's only a staff sergeant. Build up. Deadfall,
right.
build up, and counter.
Okay, so please roll me 3 commands with 2 with +10. Oh, sorry, 1 with +10.
1 with +10. I still have 1 fate point. But I'm going to roll the others before I decide.
A failure, just so you all know, a failure, like a small failure, isn't necessarily like a complete failure.
I understand, but that was still a 92 on the roll.
It was a 92, yes.
And that was my +10 one.
That was your +10 as well, it's true.
All right, so I'm going to re-roll my +10 because I have
that
one
is
fate
fair.
point.
Yeah.
It's my last one.
Come on.
And it paid off for success.
Oh, my lord. Okay. All right. So, Captain Build Up is renowned as an urban combat specialist. Street fighting, house to house, great with grenades and grenade launchers. Just a solid, urban combat, basically. If you need to take a town, if you need to fight in the streets, he's the one to do it. Captain Deadfall is trap specialist and guerrilla suppression specialist.
Ooh, I'm very happy I picked him.
He is very good at counterinsurgency, and he's very good at countering guerrilla tactics. Along with being very good at setting up traps and anything along those lines.
Well, we know he's going on that peninsula.
I thought he might, yeah. Lieutenant Counter is very, very bad at anything like admin, logistics, support. If he needs to call down artillery, he's got no idea how to do it. He is ridiculously versatile, and as soon as he gets into combat, he's probably your most reliable soldier. Outside of combat, he's the worst. He won't do anything. Like
That's
no
like my
work.
guy.
Similar, yeah, similar. Basically, the descriptors for him are versatile, lazy, and reliable. Are the like core parts of his personality.
Well, Counter's never getting promoted. He's stuck where he is. All right, cool. I'm glad I picked Deadfall. To look into.
That's why I said like your choices were so interesting, because you immediately went for the one where I'm like, Tyler's gonna be super happy about learning about Deadfall.
Yeah. I figured those were the ones that were interesting. I want to know about Crackpot, but
I'll allow it. I'll give you very quick info on Crackpot because he's interesting. He is the oldest member of your regiment. He is very experienced. He is a veteran of loads and loads of wars. He is also senile. He is not always sure where he is.
has dementia.
Basically.
We got Bentham has the guy who's always looking at the Eldar, and Tyler just has a straight up senile old man.
What?
I feel like they
Speak
get
up
along
out
well
there.
because the
They're
Scrivener
probably
would be
like
like,
best
"It's the Eldar," and the other guy would have fought
Huh?
the Eldar and been like,
Huh?
"I know how
What's
they
an
go."
Eldar?
Back in
What's-
my day,
What's
I fought 12 Eldar single-handed.
what rank is Scriven though?
Scriven's Staff Sergeant too.
Oh, okay.
Just have your Staff
Definitely
Sergeants chatting.
BFFs. Yeah.
So we have hit the end of the show, but if you like, I'm perfectly happy to do a little bit more to sort out, or we can do it next week for the Iron Briggs and 12th. It's
I can
I'm
stick
okay
around a little
with-
bit longer. It's,
Yeah,
I
just
don't
a
know
little
if
bit.
anyone else.
okay.
I'm fine with that.
In
You want to go
that
first?
in that case, Vandy Lancaster,
Sure.
would you like some info on any of your troops?
Yeah, because especially on my lieutenants, I didn't get a ton of info on a bunch of them. I
Yeah.
know Scarlet Diamond was actually pretty on top of things, and she was really good.
Yeah.
I don't know too much about Hayden Brockhouse or Kane Wilson, or Sabrina Till, really. So.
Okay, just
And
let me.
Saltry has been my captain throughout the whole time. So, yeah, I might actually promote him to major because of how reliable he's been.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so I'm gonna move him up. Let's see here. Yeah, if you could give me some info on my lieutenants, that'd be nice.
Which ones?
Sabrina Till, Hayden Brockhouse, and Kane Wilson.
Okay. Not Benevach Comedict?
I
Okay.
don't need to
Okay.
know anything about him. I am.
The look says it all.
She's like, I think I've learned enough about him.
I've seen enough. Thanks.
You've
Are you sure
experienced
he's a
it.
shadow in the wind?
He is a shadow in the wind, it's true. And not many people can be. Okay, so Sabrina. So roll me one command with +10 and 2 straight commands, please.
Okay. Okay, this is the one with +10. This is a straight one. This is a straight one. So 3.5, 3.2, and -1.4.
Okay. All right. So interesting. Okay. There it is. Cool. Sabrina Till is basically Sabrina Till is almost a I want to say halfling or rattling, right?
Yeah, rattlings.
Yeah, there we go. Like very, very close to being a rattling. Like great concealment, great skirmishing, really terrible in face-to-face combat. Sabrina loves to shoot people who don't know she's there and then run like buggery.
Okay, so sneaky.
Sneaky, ambush, basically everything skirmish.
Bad at skirmishing.
Good at skirmishing.
Oh, good at skirmishing. Sorry.
Like if Sabrina had to have a like full-on firefight, she'd have problems with that. But like hit and run tactics, skirmishing is her jam. And by the way, guys, as you're taking these notes, feel free to adjust my lists so you can like have the
That's what I
info
did.
along
I
with.
transferred all the stuff from the old one to the new
one. Next up is Lieutenant Brockhouse.
Yep.
Lieutenant Brockhouse is fairly. I wouldn't say the opposite of Lieutenant Till, but much better at concentrated fire, fire in advance, kind of like almost line infantry tactics. much better in a straight up firefight, and also much better with integrated support. So things like heavy weapons, mortars, artillery, kind of very much a infantry as opposed to like skirmish.
Okay.
So Lieutenant Till would be good at at like a small unit for fire and retreat, for ambushes, for skirmishing, like harassment. Lieutenant Brockhouse would be much better for like big engagements with infantry units.
Yeah.
And Kane Wilson, Lieutenant Wilson, that's one's going to be the failure, so you'll only get one piece of information.
Okay.
Lieutenant Wilson was trained by oh god, what's her name? Your sniper.
Sniper?
Yeah.
Oh, Silvat?
Was trained by Silvat. The fact that he's lieutenant means he probably had less of an attitude and murder problem. But yes, was trained by Silvat.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome. Oh,
But
that's
you
so
don't
cool.
get any info on like what he's like because that was a failure.
If he was trained by Silvat, I already trust him. Like,
Well, I mean, it's very possible that he's like cowered in a corner somewhere, being like, she just wouldn't stop shooting people. Why wouldn't she stop shooting people?
I mean, it's worth going up and asking or figuring that out eventually. But that's cool. Okay, so I'll kind of quickly go through what kind of companies I guess I want to make. Right? Is that
Well, we'll do that next episode.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to keep people here too long.
Yeah. No worries.
We'll jump over to the Iron Briggs and see if we can get a little info on
Yeah.
some of your
Sorry,
troopers.
so just
Oh, go
one
ahead.
more thing. I do want to
Yeah.
promote. I do want to promote. Oh gosh, who was it who ran through the fire and everything by himself?
Oh,
Yeah, I have it written down here. Friggle.
Friggle.
Oh no, not Friggle is the broken one. He's
Yeah.
the one who wants to die.
Yeah. Oh, do you mean Baboyle?
Smythe. No, Smythe ran through Nid artillery
Right.
and returned
Yes.
without a scratch, and Baboyle
Oh
has
yeah.
been my dude throughout the whole thing. So I kind of want to promote Smythe. He's a corporal right now, so I kind
Yes.
of want to I want to make him into a sergeant, and
Okay.
then I want to promote Boyle to
He's a staff sergeant currently, right?
he's a staff sergeant. So I'm gonna shift one up each time. So I'm gonna
Okay.
go Corporal Smythe's gonna go to sergeant, Boyle is gonna go to lieutenant,
Lieutenant.
and I think I will put I'm gonna put Scarlet up to captain.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And that's it for me.
All right.
Captain
So
Scarlet.
for the Iron Briggs,
Okay.
The last
the
name's
first-
Diamond, but
Captain Diamond.
yes,
that's kind of a cool name.
Iron Briggs.
First things first is I'm going to promote Freda Giesler to a major, and that person will be my second in command. They have been previously as well, so I will keep them as my second in command.
Okay.
I'm also going to promote Kirsa Devind to captain as well, because they're going to be my armor group, because she has a lot of armor experience.
Yes, Devend, yes.
Yeah, so
Devind.
Devind is going to get promoted to captain, and then Chaplain Nolan, I'm going to make him a staff sergeant. Chaplain Nolan. He was previously just a sergeant.
Yes. Okay.
So
it's-
that's the promotions. So
Okay.
we have a big ceremony.
I
for
can
that.
give you a little bit more info about Frida, because you've spent time with your adjutant, obviously. She was complaining all the time about the conditions. She is a winter expert in terms of warfare. Specifically, she has her own elite unit of ski infantry.
ski infantry.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Basically, they're very, very mobile on ice and snow and etc. Because obviously it's hard
Yeah,
to.
and I know previously I had her because she's very logistic. It's like her strategy. So she's been vital. She's been with me the entire time.
Yeah.
And I guess I have a whole bunch of new captains and new lieutenants.
Yes,
So,
you do.
Um,
No
I
majors,
guess
unfortunately.
no majors. So any information on any of them would be ideal. So I guess let's roll and see if I roll high, then maybe give me good ones. If not, then choose some bad ones. I don't know.
Oh,
I
that's how
leaving,
we're doing. Huh?
I like
Okay,
leaving it
okay.
up to you, man.
All right, all right. Well, you see how it goes for Tyler. He picks out the exact one he wants.
Yeah, I don't care about the exact ones. I've
Okay.
I've always been leaving it up to you because I think it's more fun that way.
All right. Give
So
me
what would you like me to roll?
3 command rolls, one with a +10, please.
Ooh, okay. So the first one's going to be with the +10.
Okay.
And that was 4.6.
4.6.
That's nice.
33,
And
nice.
then my second one. Did it roll? Oh, it just lagged. 1.2.
Okay.
And my third roll.
So 57.
4.9. Ooh.
And a 20. Damn, you guys are
Nice.
rolling good for.
Yeah.
I was hoping to give you all duds and horrible info and.
I mean,
stuff like that.
previously you did give me
Yeah.
some ones.
Okay, in that case, probably the ones that you want. Okay, here's a question for you. Seeing as you rolled pretty damn well, would you prefer to know the negatives about some of the ones who could be a problem, or would you prefer stuff that's going to be useful for creating companies and having them do specific things?
Ooh, that's
the
a hard
campaign.
decision to choose from. I say let's go with the positives. You know what? I'll
Okay,
find out
yeah.
the negatives along the way.
That's part of the fun.
Yeah.
So Captain Lax, Arthur Lax, is a siege expert, specifically artillery, but in general is really, really good at encirclement, static sieging, and kind of like breaking down walls and that type of thing.
Cool. That will be handy.
Yeah, I figured that would be one that you'd want to know. Lieutenant Hannes Klosterman is close combat and street fighting expert. So melee, but also shotguns and anything. Has actually come up with a few unique tactics based upon the shields and everything. So it is very good at that type of thing. And for the least successful role, I'm going to go with Lieutenant Benno Bem, who is amazing at training new recruits. Is a bad combat leader, but it produces much better soldiers than he himself is.
Okay.
Oh, you muted, Tyler.
That guy could be part of the training stuff.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason I figured he'd be a good call, because he's not an effective combat leader, but he could be very useful for your plans. And speaking of your plans, I think we can end there. And next week we'll do a little bit more of this and then start executing strategies. And possibly soldiers.
I will mention now, to avoid later confusion, I got mixed up when reading out the names. I managed to jump the tracks from one line to the line below as I was reading the list. And Godfrey and Dunn are in fact staff sergeants, which makes more sense. They did seem like they've been promoted a bit too far. It's Garnet and Reeve who are my other two, but we can sort that out next time.
Oh, you got it messed up.
Yeah, we can.
That makes more sense. But yeah, there we go.
Wow,
Ooh,
that
I'm excited
was
to make the companies now.
that
I'm
went
trying to
so
think of,
quickly.
what groups I
Where'd
want to
the time
put together.
go?
The second half just zoomed by.
Yeah, no.
Like I told chat, I love this because it's I love Risk. Literally in high school, I ran and helped be part of the Risk Club. Yes, that was a thing I
There's a
did.
risk club.
Why didn't
Yeah.
my school have a risk club?
I kind of initiated and made it a thing, but and we held it in the library. We just had to be really quiet. But this reminds me of that, but just on a grander scale and more intricate, and I love it.
No,
Yeah,
nobody I know ever wants to play Risk. I collect Risks at this point. I have like 4 of them.
I'll
And
play Risk.
I have a bunch too.
I
All the
haven't
new
played in a
versions.
long time, so I forget how to
Like,
play. But I'll
everyone
play.
I know
Free
online
on Steam.
wants to play Risk,
Next
and I'm
Roll
like,
For It
I
con.
can't push the board game through the webcam.
Tabletop simulator.
I have something to
just
I have
play
something
regular Risk on like it's for free.
I have something to bring up for the after show then, because I think Bentham
Okay.
will be interested in that.
Uh-oh. Oh dear.
Yes, sorry.
Do your thing, Bentham.
Take
it
the
over.
announcements for today. So, thank you very much, Sergeant Kirby, 1-4 Recovery, for supporting today's episode. And out on Patreon, we have the Sheepdog interview, and also the finale enemy stats for Mass Effect Mercs. The February recap is coming soon on the Patreon as well. And don't forget that if you support us in any of the ways, then there are the monthly things, subscription-y things, then you can be in the Discord, and that means you can sign up to the Rearguard. So do check that out. There's a room for it. It's Last Ditch Rearguard. It'll be hard to miss it if you know what you're looking for. Yeah, we'll go through everyone, and then
One thing can we do? Can we legit have Lancaster roll a cooking roll? I feel like we can't have episode
It's our first
1
HQ.
without.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so walking into the to the HQ where everyone's going over the maps and like organizing their troops and everything. Lancaster comes bearing. Can I please have a cooking roll?
Any mods?
They're always flat.
They're always flat.
Tyler, damn it. Okay. All right, folks, here we go. The moment you've all been waiting for. 2.9 degrees of success!
Nice, that was a
Our
12.
first meal. Dude, we're spoiled.
Yeah. It was
it.
like if you failed, it was going to be soup and it was going to go over everything.
Oh, no.
It's medium meringue.
You spill it on the only maps.
Can I have made like I actually really want to make macarons today.
I was going to go with fried meat donuts, but
no, I like that better. Fried meat donuts. Fried anything.
Or strategy stroganoff.
Strategy stroganoff.
I like it. I'm into it.
This is good.
I like alliteration. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, it's great.
All right,
So yes, congratulations. Things are looking up because
Yay!
Bandy rolled a successful cooking. Or everything's gonna go wrong.
I also want to point out it was a 12, so it should be extra special because it's the 12th.
Because we're the 12th.
Uh,
Listen, I'm just saying,
Don't line it up.
that's a sign. Everything that we've done has led to this moment.
All right,
I'm excited.
let's go through the outros. And chat has made a very good point, which is that there are now over 2,000 pages of Rearguard chat. So does that mean that we get the rumored sheepy outro?
Well, so I had an agreement last season with chat that if they got to 2,000 pages in the RP, I would do an actual proper official outro for the show. They didn't get there during season 1, but they did eventually get there just before we started season 2. In which case, seeing as their 2,000 was delayed, so will my outro.
I knew he was gonna find a way.
All I can say is soon.
DM.
Oh dear.
Take that, chat.
Well, if Sheepy's not going to do an outro, how about Tyler Apocalypto?
Hi,
can we find
it's
you?
me. I'm Tyler Scheid. I live on the internet. Twitch.tv/apocalypto_12 if you want to check that out. I still have merch up, even though this is a whole mess. They told me they were like, we're going to drop you because sales aren't doing well and all this other stuff. Numbers don't add up. And then all of a sudden, everybody started buying stuff, and now they haven't talked to me since after a flood of sales. So if you want to get that, it's still available, tylerschheid.com. But stay tuned for something special going on Twitch this coming Saturday, the 13th. So it might be charity related. That's all I can say. But yeah, follow me on Twitter to find out all that I'm up to. It's apocalypto_12. And go and support Roll For It and all the wonderful people in this call.
Oh
Go
yeah.
do that thing.
Speaking of other wonderful people in this call, what about Maggie?
Hi. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places because I'm Margaret Crone. So that makes it easy. I do a lot of things. I'm in a lot of tabletop games. It's getting to the point where I'm in too many again. I don't know how I got myself into this situation, but it's happening again. But yeah, come check it out. I always let you know whenever I'm live doing all the things. And of course, I make video games for a living, so if you're interested in that, you could check out the current project that I'm working on, which is called Ashes of Creation, in all of the places at Ashes of Creation. That's all I got.
OMG, Vandy, what are you up to?
Oh, it's me. Hello, everybody. I'm Vandy. I also live on the internet, but I do other stuff that's not on my stream. I actually work for a company called The Game Hers, and we're also doing some charity stuff starting on Monday with Discord and the Breast Cancer Research Foundation. So we're kicking that off on Monday. On our channel, there's a show called Pink Pixels that's going to be live, and it's starting at 8 p.m. EST. So that's when we're opening up donations on our end, and we're also going to be doing some tabletop stuff, not at the end of this week, but the end of next week. So if you want to contribute to some chaos and tomfoolery, please go and check that out. I'll be posting it on my Twitter as well, but yeah, check out The Game Hers. That's where I'm at right now.
The Emperor does not approve of chaos.
But also check out Sheepy's channel on Mondays, because we have some vampire stuff going on. So yeah, and I'm in that as well. It's a fun campaign.
All right, and Maggie, bring up the tips because I can't. But in the meantime, I'm Bentham. I have a YouTube channel and also a Twitch channel that I now actively use, where I am Mangled Pork because of various past mistakes. And there I play games. There's been lots of Dyson Sphere program in the last couple of weeks, and a whole load of Valheim, particularly more recently, because I am entirely addicted to that game. I can't stop playing. I've got single player games. I'm in multiplayer games. So much Valheim. I can't stop.
You.
How do I leave?
I'm in Valheim.
Come join my game. We'll play together.
No, that's just gonna make it worse.
Play that.
You've got to talk to Heimdall.
Maybe the solution is more Valheim.
Yeah, exactly.
Talk to Heimdall. Get him to open the rainbow pathway.
I don't think it goes there. I think that's part of the lore. It's like an extra side bit. It fell off the world tree. It kind of kicked off.
More can only be better.
It's about more of a good thing. You can't have too much, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought of a way to use my outro, which is if you like the show and you're interested in getting involved, if you're a Twitch sub or a Patreon at any level, you can come to the Discord and join the Rearguard.
Or a YouTube member.
Or a YouTube member. You can come to the Discord, and I will be setting up the Rearguard this week and next week, obviously, as we get things organized. And you can start getting involved in setting up the campaign, roles and role play and whatever you want in regards to the Last Ditch, pretty much.
There are 12 different corpses for you to be a part of.
No.
Until you become a corpse.
Yeah.
And then the Metacade
come and...
Yeah.
As Benapatch Cumberdick would say, you can join the Rearguard for some sweet rest and rear action.
Who doesn't love rest?
Say the whole thing, Sheepy, you coward.
Rear action!
All right, have we got any tips today?
Yes, we have one tip, and it is from the one, the only Mighty Rick, saying, "This is a timely reminder for future Beb to think of the Streamlabs stuff next time, Kappa."
I thought I had everything. I forgot that one bit.
Thank you for the $1. And of course, we had a whole bunch of subs and gifted subs, so thank you for all of that. We're still quite a ways away till we get our next emote. It's a long hurdle between this one and the next, unfortunately.
Maybe next September if it's a good one.
Yeah, because we need like 400 subs or something to get to it.
That's a lot.
Jeez.
It's a lot. Yeah,
We got a good
amount
amount of
between tiers
emote
is
slots.
insane.
Let's just be appreciative of our current emote slot level. And
Oh yeah.
why am I so
I'm
blurry?
happy.
I've
You
gone.
lean
Got very
forwards.
blurry.
it's not coming back. Hello, hello, camera.
Put your
Your
hand-
hand in front.
It-
Put your hand
oh,
at it.
there it is.
There we go.
Ah,
There we
there
go.
it is.
That's why I turn off autofocus.
I gotta find the button for
Yeah.
that. All right, there we go. We're gonna go record an after show, which you can of course watch on the Patreon. And other than that, we'll see you next week for more The Last Ditch. And then in the subsequent weeks, we'll be switching to guest cast, so you'll be hearing soon about who the first guest cast is gonna be.
I'm excited.
Well,
Find out
Excited.
next week, maybe. We're gonna
I'm
subject
excited to
them
find out which regiment they're repping to. It'll be fun.
Do each of them have to be part of one of them? Like they can't have both be in the same? Or
I think we'll probably have each group picks what regiment they are as a group, and then
Okay.
Yeah,
we
because
might,
they're
we
gonna
might
go
do
on a mission
switcheroo midway
as
through as
that
well. We
regiment.
might have them do multiple different things.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
guess it depends on what kind of what we send them out to do, and if we have like a certain mix of regiments, then I'm assuming they'll be playing
Yeah.
those regiments.
Yeah,
It'll all
most
depend.
likely the first group is going to have the exciting task of making landfall in various places.
Oh god, yeah.
That's
I
true.
don't know
Look
how
to
that
them.
went. You know, at the first episode of The Last Ditch, first season. Ugh.
Hey,
Blood and
Yep.
death.
Yeah. Now it's someone else's turn. We get to watch and be the commanders that they curse.
Let's see what number one of the people get.
Uh.
4574.
Okay.
Nice.
What is that number for?
If they're in the
Designation.
21st.
If they're in the
The
21st, their
21st.
designation.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh, okay.
I'd
you
laugh
better
if
write that
you'd
down
have-
because
I'd-
we don't know
I'd-
if it's gonna be the 21st.
I'd laugh if you'd rolled a 1.
Oh no!
5,000. I'll have you know, I rolled a
I-
D5000.
I know, I'm just saying, if you rolled a 1, that would have been hilarious.
I know.
My assumption is that the first group is probably gonna be the one for it because they're gonna have to situate.
Ah,
and
yeah,
build
maybe.
out, right?
Could be.
Have to see what they like though. They might choose something else. All right.
Yeah.
We will see you next week. Thank you all for watching, and goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.